last one here,
Listeners,
possibly.
whoever's wants to listen in, please mute self.
I gotta figure out how to do that.
It's just the little microphone mute button.
Won't let me touch it.
Then we can mute you if you want.
I'll mute you on my end. Newt.
She figured it out. Yay!
Hurrah!
There.
Oh,
Okay.
All right, are we live?
Yes.
All right
Yes.
then. Hello there, nerds. Good evening. You might have noticed that if you're looking at the screen here, that things look a little different and not at all like Tropical Islands, where our main party was last left off in the last session of the Questing Beasts. Well, that's because, well, this is a busy season. It's a large party game. The reality of it is sometimes not everyone can make it. And in those times, especially when you work as many hours as I do and you really need D&D night to help you decompress and relax, you make up some other shit to do. So tonight, we're going to be going on a little side story. A little journey to something going on in relatively the same point of reference in terms of time, but unlike the ancient magical city of Epton that's just full of all kinds of secrets and history and a whole bunch of stuff, we're going somewhere a little newer, somewhere a little seedier. I guess you could say kind of place that ne'er-do-wells would dwell. Welcome one and all to the first of a two-part Merkshot. Okay, our story begins, as you might expect, in the middle of a hot-ass day. Just like an Ifrit's crotch sweat levels of hot. There, that's enough immersion. I don't have to use flavor text anymore.
That's gross.
Man, the fungus down there. Oof.
Mhm. So,
Get
we find
up in that shit. Ugh.
the sun is arcing its way down the sky, just pure and cloudless blue. Rasa just extending out his middle fingers on every living thing he can see because that's just how he is. And we find ourselves at a massive monolith in the middle of the wastelands. A great concrete spire, bone white, jutting out against the red earth, just sticking straight up into the air hundreds of feet, like a beacon of, well, all frankness, desolation. And yet, down at its base, there's actual greenery. This is Formira, a giant natural formation that was built by the Thrykean about 100 years ago, but abandoned just as quickly when the Thrykean suddenly became aware of their own existence and decided they didn't want to be slaves to the queens anymore.
Sounds like fun.
Yep. People have tried to settle into it. It takes a lot of effort to break into that stonework, and a lot of people are scared of what could potentially be inside, but there is groundwater running up from the Underdark to it.
Oh.
So, naturally, there's a settlement here. People have come, usually those who have nowhere else to go, and have eked out a scrappy living there. Whatever their purposes might be, they are here today for the beginning of our story. So, it's a hot day, as has been previously stated. It's pretty normal around here. We will open with, since there are 5 of you, I will roll. See which one of you actually we will begin with. That D6. Oh, a 5. That would be going by down this. All right. We will say we are starting with. All right. We begin the one little watering hole this place has, and the shanty town surrounding Formira. You find yourself at the Myrmidon. The closest thing to a place of peace and respite, and also the closest thing to a guild hall. The reality is it's kind of a ramshackle place. Its denizens are about as seedy as it looks, but I will say, Gorignac, roll a performance check for me.
can do.
Man,
17. Nice. Okay. Wow, that's a 5 on the die for you.
I know.
Shit.
I've yet to roll above a 10 on a performance check with this character.
I would never know if it wasn't for Roll20 showing what your plus is there. All right, so describe yourself as you enjoy giving an angry riff-raff performance to this ragtag bunch of weirdos sitting around in this tavern, just
Alright.
baking in their own sweat.
For a goblin, he's actually kind of tall, which means he's like almost 4 feet.
Oh my.
Yeah, well, he's wearing like really heavy boots too, so he's kind of boosting his height a little bit, but he's still tall. Anyways, he's a heavy metal looking son bitch, dressed all in black leather, which cannot be comfortable in the heat, but he don't give a fuck.
Just feeds
That's
the
it.
anger.
Yeah, thick, heavy black coat over essentially a heavy leather and metal armor, clinks and clanks as he goes about. His
All
ears
right.
are covered in rings, just pierced through, which jingle and jangle to enhance the performance. And the guitar he's just rocking the fuck out on is actually a hybrid between a battle axe and a guitar, a literal axe.
Very nice.
Oh, and he has, of course, a punk rock mohawk that's purple.
All right, cool. All right, let's roll and see how the crowd reacts here. It's not the biggest crowd. It's not quite to the end of the work hours yet, where the sun is beginning to set. You know the crowds are getting a little bigger, but at the same time, you never know with Formiran crowds. Tomatoes they usually throw are a little on the toxic side sometimes. Let's see here. Oh, nice. Okay, that's a 7. They don't react very well. Roll a dex save for me.
Lovely.
Just as this, well, I'll frank this kind of, a lot of various fruits come out. A 12, okay, that's enough, yeah. You managed to deftly swerve out of the way as various bits of rotten fruit and vegetables fly by, and you see down at this table the ones throwing them are these 3 gnomes that were very busy playing cards and do not seem to have enjoyed your particular dulcet tunes.
The wand for thaumaturgy just to do a heavy metal scream in their ears is huge. I don't have it, sadly.
It's like, oh, so it's like, quiet there! I'm in the middle of the best goddamn hand of my life. It's like, oh, you wish, Manthony. Like, you see this? Can you read this? What does it say? It's like, it says weep. Exactly. And one gnome lays out a pretty great hand of the cards, producing many grunts of exasperation. Like,
can I bat one of the tomatoes back at them?
You can roll the hit.
All right. Just
Use
standard.
your use your dex for this. So just roll a d20 and add your dex mod.
All right. Okay. 20. Of course.
Oh no!
I'm sorry.
Nah, it happens.
Let's find out what happens
I
here.
just saw it
Oh.
slowly roll onto the side of the
I
one.
could
I'm
see it get to the 1, and I just am like,
I can sense it.
oh boy, severity roll time.
He is my character, after all.
Oh, 2 away from 69. That's a 67. If it had been 69, that would have been amazing. Okay, so you pick it up. It kind of smushes into your fingers and gets kind of inside of your nails and whatnot a little bit. Doesn't smell the greatest, but you manage to kind of fling it, and it kind of lands in the middle of, like, sprays over the majority of the crowd in front of you, leaving everyone slightly splattered red. This one particular customer, this burly-looking Minotaur fellow, just kind of takes a deep, long, drawn-out breath as he slowly stands up from his table, looks at you, and just slowly walks towards outside where you imagine the closest washroom would be.
It's a millennial minotaur.
Trying to
Used to
control
this
his
shit
anger.
that he just fucking.
Okay, Gurgnak gets an idea. He reaches down, picks up 2 tomatoes, smashes them over his head, and looks like, well, the end of an orc battlefield, essentially.
Very nice. Okay, you enhance the effect. It smells
Yeah.
pretty awful too, because they are not the freshest things.
Yeah,
All right,
gobble.
that's fine for you.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see here.
Well, a few more days and it'll be perfect.
All right, let's roll again. See what happens here. So, the sun is beginning to set further and further as we approach twilight in the desert, which is when things begin to get cool. Lots of people finish their work. I would say, all right. We'll go down the list here, starting from same roll. Okay, 2. Okay, that would be all right. In this little shanty town surrounding this giant concrete spire, let's say, Vara, where are you at?
At this moment, she's probably just getting done doing research somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Probably
Alright,
finishing up whatever guild business that she had here.
All right. Well, funny enough, the Myrmidon actually kind of doubles as the guild place, so you actually would have been there to witness some of that little performance. It's like, I imagine Gorignac's not entirely new to town. He's been there long enough to have repeated performances.
A week or two if there's not enough bounties to hunt.
That's about
There
how
have
long
not
Vera's
been.
been here.
It's been a bit of a dry spell, honestly. Most of the work that's come in just was a few days ago, and it all got taken pretty much immediately. It was all stuff that involved going east to deal with a lot of new bandit uprisings,
Gotcha.
which you all would know why by this point. No one would need to roll for it. You all know that the city of Argerin caught fire just a few days ago, and there have been a lot of chaos in the areas east of here.
And it's still on fire. It's like somebody's setting
Yeah.
new fires every day.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're doing it for fun at this point. That and those are big mansions with like a lot of paint and upholstery and shit. They're going to be burning for a while.
Well, Vera kind of strolls in. She's not exactly all there all the time. She's half gone because she's a divination wizard.
Mm-hmm.
So her eyes are kind of foggy looking most of the time, half lidded, almost asleep.
Very nice.
Aw.
She's also
You
only
walk-
3'4", so
Aw. Very small. All right. Walking in. You've been in town for a couple of weeks, you said, so people have gotten used enough to you. A lot of people just pass through. It's rare to see someone that come into town and actually stay this long. All right. You walk up to, well, where would you say you go? Just find a seat, head to the bar itself.
usually she goes to sit in the corner, kind of near where Gorignac would be performing by the stage. There's like a little
Alright.
corner nook that she sits in a lot.
All right, you sit over near the nook, not too far off. You can hear the gnomes just absolutely going to town still, playing a very intense, high-stakes game of cards. One of the gnomes is pretty much just down to his underpants. It's clear they're playing for more than just fun.
She just kind of ignores this because she can see where this is going, literally. And she
Yeah,
doesn't
you
want
actually know
to.
it's one of
She really doesn't want to. So, I'm going to do this really quickly, too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know which one I'm not using later. Those are my portent rolls.
Oh my.
You could give that to somebody though.
Yeah, I can. So,
All right. That you can. All right, so what are you trying to gain from this?
no, I'm just rolling them. It's my portent. Portent just lets me roll 2 d20s at the beginning of a long rest, and I can use them however I feel like, basically.
Very nice. Very nice.
So if somebody particularly pisses me off, they're going to get that nat 1.
All right. You just sit there, just taking in the atmosphere, just kind of staring vacantly ahead at everything, and just everything goes quiet around you, and you just get the impending feelings just of bad luck and ill fortune happening with someone nearby. You don't know who or what now.
Somebody's going to have a bad time. I
While we
hope it's not
segue
me
into
this
that-
time.
Oh dear. And on that note, let's segue very organically. Nari, where are you?
She would probably be hold on. She'd probably be like anywhere like gathering information, or like if there was a any Ongu refugee camps or anything like that to basically keep tabs and gather information or the like.
There are no Ongu
Or-
camps here
Or
at
an
Mira.
Abram or any like Abrams trading outposts or anything like that.
Neither of those things this far west, unfortunately. You're a little pretty far away from anything Angu, but there are a few Angu natives who have moved in there. Honestly, best place usually to gather information is the Myrmidon.
Then she'd probably be there.
Right? About how long have
She-
you been in town?
I would say about like a like about two probably a week. Like arriving in Akrory probably like 2 weeks ago.
That is fair. All right, and you would have been passing through the area right around when it started burning. You probably came in with a good-sized wave of refugees, a good number of slaves. In fact, if you look over at one table near you, you actually see a very large female gnoll sitting with a black dragonborn. They look very tired.
Aw.
Yay!
They made it.
You're welcome, lad. Ha ha.
Shut the fuck up!
Did not like your attitude.
Welcome.
It's like, all right. The two of them they haven't said very much, but you get the vibe they actually were there for a lot of it, and you can definitely tell just from looking at the two of them, they were probably gladiators in there. They're covered in scars, and the Dragonborn especially has a 1,000-yard stare that seems to just stretch on beyond everything. In fact, honestly,
Aw.
if he and Vera were to compete in 1,000-yard stare contests right now, it would be a very hard one to fight between the two of them.
No, cat, no.
Cat, yes.
Vera would not
wants to
notice
eat the
that we were having a
headphones. No.
contest, so
No, you would not. Neither would he, though. Yeah, the two of them came in around the same time you did. You definitely can tell the two of them have fought for a living. The Knoll still has a very massive and very metal-looking battle axe that, honestly, Gorignac, you'd feel a sense of respect looking at.
Nice.
Got, like, skulls and shit on it. Definitely looks like it's been used and abused.
But yeah, otherwise she'd be basically hanging around trying to gather information and trying to figure out either to get to Epton or to keep tabs on someone fleeing.
Well, say roll 3 investigation checks just to listen in on the crowd as it slowly starts to build up.
Alrighty, 3 investigation checks.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
All really
Wow.
low rolls too.
Yeah, which is great. Level 10, man. All right, so yeah, geez, that 13 literally is a 2 on the dice for you. This is how this whole session's gonna go. Calling it now. Rolls that you think are really great, but they could be so much more. All right, listening in. You just kind of put your fox ears out, just try to listen in for various bits of intel that have been going around, what happenings there are. You have heard that there is a sizable looking 3-carded caravan approaching the town that'll probably be here around sundown. With that first roll, it's coming from the west. From the look of the stateliness of a couple of them, they're probably from Epton.
Alright. So I need to get a ride there at some point.
The 13, I would say, is when everything with Gorignac starts, with the Tomato War and everything else. So that was a bit of a distraction, but you did at least get a good read of the crowd and the fact that not everyone is into it. And with that 19... Okay. 19. Let me roll something here real quick. Not bad. Not bad at all. Alright. You have her hear a couple of things about, I'd actually say... What's a good bit of flavor here? Oh, I know. Someone saw a gold dragon flying overhead the other day, heading southeast at Mach speed.
Hmm. Intriguing.
But then pretty much everything starts over there, and you're approached by the bartender slash server slash owner slash muscle and bouncer of the Myrmidon, a surprisingly buff little gnome with a short little beard, wearing biker attire, but like a pointed hat still.
Badass. The pointed hat has a little ring of spikes around the base.
Yes.
It does. Like, oh, what can I get for you?
Hmm. Just the usual.
All right, what is your usual?
I meant like the house usual. I like
Oh,
to sample
it's like,
sample
oh,
the
I see.
local cuisine and sample what you think
All
is
right.
best. And
All
she
right.
gives him like 5 gold.
It's like, oh, it's like, I like you already. All right, one serving of bug juice coming right up.
Ooh, haven't had some of that since I was back in the Angus. Ooh.
It's like, I don't know what it comes from, but it grows on the inside of some of the walls in this shithole. And just kind of jumps over this bioluminescent blue sludgy looking drink.
First of all, I'm gonna roll a knowledge nature on that one,
You certainly can.
or investigation. Would that be investigation or?
I would say knowledge nature would definitely help. Oh, nice. You found it. That's actually exactly what I was picturing, except with more spikes. That's beautiful. Knowledge
Also,
nature.
that was a nat 20 nature, by the way.
Very nice.
Jesus.
Okay, yeah. This is definitely bioluminescent insect poop, but people are drinking it. I mean, it's not like
Thumbs up.
Angu doesn't. Yeah, all right, you drink it. You do not have to roll a con save. It's actually pretty good. It's watered down, clearly.
I hope so.
It's like, yeah, it's a lot better than you thought it would be.
Drank the shit water.
That you did. Glowing blue shit water. One thing you do notice, though, your teeth are kind of coated in a bit of a blue film now that emits a little bit of that bioluminescence. So you have a real winning smile right now.
Oh my god.
Her teeth change to fox teeth real quick before turning back,
All right.
getting rid of the effect.
All right. Okay. So with that leaves.
Also, she is completely looks like this your ordinary basic bitch Madrian right now. You cannot tell
Gotcha.
she is a fox at all.
Ah, so you look the part of the average Joe Schmo human.
Yes.
Very nice. Hey, not every day we get you human folk coming around here.
Well,
Yes, sir.
well, it wasn't route to Epton, but an incident down south kind of cut off my way with all the bandits around, you see.
Yeah, that here is just about everybody. A lot of them coming out this way, the bartender just kind of says, shrugging a little bit. Oh, well, their money's good. I'll feed them and drink them. Or something. I don't know. It's been a very hot day. I may have drank a few of those bug juices myself. Not that anyone could tell. Nope, it just kind of yawns, and you just see this glow coming from down his gullet. Yep, I better go ask around, see if everyone else happens. You just let me know if you need anything. Just ask for Shmashua. Yep.
Well met, Mr. Moshua. I'll let you know if I need anything else. Your patron.
That's Shmashua, but thank you.
Moshua. Sorry, I have a bit of an accent. Apologies.
I understand. Quite a few of us gnomes do too. All right, and that leaves us with. Let me see here. All right. Okay, don't want to pronounce that name until I have heard it. So, Gray, where are you at, and what are you doing?
Let's see. I don't even want. What did I write last night? Erythris? Erythris. We're just gonna call her Erythris.
Erythris. Okay, that works. All right, where is Erythris at the moment? It is a very hot day, especially for a merfolk.
It's a very hot day for a merfolk. Erythris is walking into town for the first time because I wanted to do that. Funsies.
You are new. All right, what direction are you coming from?
Southeast.
Okay.
General direction.
All right, and you would have seen some very colorful things.
I have seen some very colorful things. I have killed, hopefully, a couple of these colorful, fun things.
All right, yeah, I would definitely say there have been plenty of bandits for ripe pickings.
Oh,
There's actually kind of a reward going around at the guild for any former Arger enslavers badges you can trade in. So, why don't you roll me a D100 and we'll see just how successful you were at that.
Alright, let's see. I haven't messed with this much.
Go over to the dice symbol on the left there.
There
Yeah,
we go.
83, yeah. Okay, yeah, I will roll
Damn.
myself now to see what happens here.
That's a pretty good
Yeah,
percentile.
Yeah, you managed to take down. There were about 6 slavers, the former slavers that had turned to brigandry, who had ambushed you on the road, thinking that in the desert heat you would be a pretty easy pickings for them. They made a mistake.
Oh, they did.
You dealt with them pretty quickly. So a little bit of dried blood on you, a little carrying your trusty war gear. You enter in. I imagine you ask around in town for where the closest guild desk would be.
Yeah, roughly. Mostly because
Yeah.
it's probably one of the few places to be like, hey, we know how to help them folk out in the middle of the desert.
Yeah, I mean, the Hunters Guild is actually kind of headed up by a merfolk, so
Yeah. She stopped
You
in
would've
the
prob-
guild for halls before. It's not
you
the first
prob-
time, but yeah.
you probably have heard all about the story of Red Eye Reeves. He's kind of a
yeah.
folk hero among merfolk.
Oh, yeah. Probably was an inspiration for
All right, so you head in to the Myrmidon as well. It's like, that's right, it's a tavern opening, everyone.
That's right.
Enter in, and you find the same gnome standing around that was speaking with Nari, Shmashua. He kind of looks over and goes, oh, it's like fish folk. Haven't seen one of you around here in a while. You're, well, obvious jokes about fishes and out of water.
Aye, that would be.
It's like, what can I do for you? I imagine you'd like.
Something to drink would be nice, and a place to turn these in. Thunks
Thank you.
down a small bag of badges or whatever.
Ooh, hold on one moment. Just kind of dashes over to behind a second smaller desk over to the side. Reemerges, still same biker hat, but now he's wearing a bowler hat and has spectacles and a bow tie. It's like, these are definitely legitimate. All right, I'd say that nets you. All right, that's 15 gold apiece for the 6 badges. So here you are. Just kind of sorts through everything, pulls out a little bag, starts going through golds. Like, you're doing us all quite a bit of service. So, you go after them or they come after you?
A little bit of both.
Yeah, that's a common thing around here. Had this big Sahagin fella come in here about 2 weeks back. It's like, he had a lot of fun with those labor badges. Quite a lot of fun. Big fella, one of those barons with the 4 arms.
Ooh.
Oh, hi, Tark.
Yeah, that was him.
What? It's open season on slavers. Let me get my gun.
No, he just carries 4 giant-ass harpoons, so...
Does
He
So-
is the gun.
He has guns. Lots of
He
them.
has
Just
guns.
boom, flexes.
just flexes his arms and makes a cocking sound with his mouth.
He's a
Cha-ching.
fif- That's exactly what Thark would do, and they don't even have guns that much in this setting. Okay, so you receive 90 gold for those badges.
Well, okay.
Which is a pretty good amount of work for just one fight. All right. And last but not least, As the sun is really starting to set now, you all are now together in the tavern. In enters the evening crowd. As the sun begins to drip down, the shadows begin to stretch out. A common thing in Formira you find is that the people tend to go pretty much wherever the tower casts a shadow. As the sun moves across the sky, it kind of almost works like a sundial. People tend to follow the shadow around over the course of the day. And the Myrmidon is very well situated to where right around sunset is the shadiest, coolest spot in the entire place. So a lot of people come out there, including those of you who have been here a little bit longer. You start to see a few less than savory types entering in. So,
Nara's holding up her fan in front of her face, keeping tabs on everything.
all right, Nari, since you two, the newer folk in town, probably haven't seen too much of them, but you're starting to pick up a pattern here. But you see very interesting looking rat folk with a long, very thin, tapered snout entering in, escorted by a couple of larger fellows. You see, actually, one of them, he has a centaur with him that he's actually riding on the back of, I'd say.
Vera's eyes actually sharpen a little bit as they come in, and she glances towards them.
All right. Yeah, those of you who have been here a little bit longer, you know that is kind of the face of the blossoming organized crime in the city, or legitimate business, as he likes to call it. This is Don Solino.
On these people entering the tavern, Grignak's gonna just make a big toothy smile and start playing Paint It Black.
Very nice. The Don does not care. He simply appreciates the ambiance. It's like, very nice, very nice. It's like, all right then, Shmashua, you know the drill I'm looking for. It's like, that I do. Hold on, Don. Just walks back into that same little cave wall that he procured the bug juice from. It's like, my fine people of this fine city all gathered together on this fine night. Does my heart a lot of good. Wouldn't you say so, Louis, my dearest friend? The centaur just kind of snorts a little bit and goes, yeah. And now we come to Tuft. Where are you in all of this?
She's following close behind the rat man.
All right, you're in with the entourage. Okay, are you in your current form or are you in disguise?
She is currently disguised as a conchu.
Oh, interesting. All right. Okay, so you all would see just this little pill bug crawling along behind just this little isopod thing.
I'm gonna roll an insight of that as a fellow shapeshifter.
Nat
Damn.
1. Okay, no, you
Should
are.
have advantage on that shit. Damn.
Well, you just don't notice in this case. You're a bit too busy taking in the rest of the crowd to look down at the ground for something. I mean, plus yours is not druidic in nature, so it wouldn't be quite the same thing.
Well, they druidic fae.
So, you are just entering in, and as they do, everyone's just settling in for the evening. The sun begin to trail down, get a little bit lower, cooling. Just a very pleasant rush of cooler air entering in as the desert prepares to show its other face. All of a sudden, someone else enters in. The saloon doors of the Myrmidon swing wide open, and in enters a very fascinating-looking motley crew. It's like, the first thing you see when you enter in is a lizard folk. Not the most common sight in Formira, but they do happen. The thing you notice entering in, this lizard folk is blind.
Oh.
Walking along with the long, looks like almost like a wizard staff, very ornate, very well carved. Doesn't seem to need it too much. He's kind of Matt Murdocking around a little bit. This is a Tuatara lizard folk, for those who would know a little bit more about their particular morphology. He's escorted by an absolute bulldozer of a tiefling, which is a very unusual sight in the city. Tieflings are not common much of anywhere in these parts. This tiefling is very tall, about the same height as the Minotaur from earlier. He could look a Minotaur in the eye, which is unusual for them. Very broad-shouldered. One of his horns is broken, but appears to be slightly glowing and embering a little bit at the very end. And just in general looks like he hasn't slept in 6 days.
Whoa!
Oh,
Whoa.
fuck.
Bad echo.
Bad echo from Nora.
Hello?
Oh,
Hello.
It's gone
It's
now.
gone now.
Okay.
Okay, that guy. Wow. Okay, so it came back a little bit just now, but that's okay.
Let me. If you want.
Alrighty. Continue.
Is that better?
Okay. You better?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Hello.
Low.
Okay.
It's faint, but it's okay.
That's
So-
Gray's echo.
Yeah.
It's okay.
But
So,
that was-
and the last one entering in, you actually see is it's a very unusual silhouette in the setting sun behind it. But as you enter in, you actually see a very dusty-looking human with a very sandy, kind of salt and peppered hair, kind of dust-covered skin, a little floppy side hat, and a long duster coat. And he's got like 6 kobold children crawling all over him.
Oh.
Just the pill bug just gasp a little bit at the sight.
Does Nora notice that time?
I would say no, not at this point. These guys are kind of commanding all the attention as they enter in. They are new faces, and they do not look like they are. Well, 2 of them look like they've got money to their names.
That little Conchu is keeping an eye on them.
All right. So he
Nora's
enters
gonna
in.
make a mental note of that.
Then behind them, you actually see a pair of kobolds come in as well. They are very ruddy, normal coloration you'd normally expect to see, kind of a brownish shade. One of them just claps their hands, and the kids just all clamber down off the top of the human. It's like, you be nice and thank Mr. Rowan now. It's like, oh, I understand. I don't mind one bit. Don't mind one bit. I mean, after all, you can't have Voltron without the legs, right? Looks down at all the kids. It's like they all just start squealing and running around. It's like, you might want to get them out of here. This is not quite so kid-friendly. There's a immigration's office and change of addresses, or you can see about booking another carriage at some point to head to further east. Probably to Walla could be my recommendation. It's like, thank you very much. Thank you, all of you. It's like, thank you, Mr. Stone Eye and Mr. Ismarcus. The tiefling just kind of silently nods, and the lizard folk just turns around and goes, oh, it was no trouble at all. None whatsoever. Like, just looking at them right exactly where they're standing in spite of being clearly blind. You run along now, children. The forces of evil stand no chance to wherever you may go. Yeah, they just run off squealing like children usually do. Lovely people. Lovely people. So, Rowan, what's next for you? I have no idea, actually. I'm just going to be following you around, most likely. Or, on second thought, hold on. I got something to take care of. The human just kind of slowly paces back outside. Full of mysteries always, wouldn't you say? Absolutely, Dex. So, what say? He turns around and just looks at the fine things, looks at the general crowd, just, wow, glum faces. So, I thought I know it would fix that.
Except for the stoned one in the corner.
Yep. So, how's about a free round? It's like, on me. Just gestures over to the gnome. Just, yeah, all right. Oh, God, I'm going to have to milk so many of those bugs. Just walks back into the cave, rolling up his biker sleeves a little bit. Oh, the lizard folk and tiefling both just venture over and sit down very dramatically right in the middle of the room. Oh, so we made it this far, haven't we? Quite the adventure that was. Yes, quite. The tiefling says, it sounds like he's trying to be genuine, but there's just this thick layer of sarcasm it's like he can't turn off. Facial expression barely moves at all. Oh.
I can feel that from over here.
It's like, Tuft, you briefly notice Don just kind of leaning down and going, those two look like they're made of money. Always nice to be able to find some new faces with the potential affluence. It's like, I may have some work for you in a minute.
Conchi does a little nod. She kind of scurries behind, like, something to obscure herself.
All right, then. Roll stealth for me.
Alrighty. D20 plus my stealth, right?
Yep.
Ah, I got a nat 1.
Oh, no.
No!
This is going to be a very nat 1 heavy game.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Let's see what happens.
Oh no.
That's the
I
third
think I
one.
know.
Oh, fourth, actually.
65. Oh, another one close to 69. All right. I will say that as you were scurrying, one of the patrons accidentally kicks you like a kickball.
Oh, oh no.
Just, woo! You go rolling a little bit, kind of roll into the wall. You kind of roll on your back. You're seeing stars for a moment. You are a little dizzy. You did not expect that, and that was not a light kick. Wasn't a purposeful one, but still. The things we do, the things we do. So,
Angry Conchi noises.
just lots of little skittering as you're kind of, it's like when you watch a beetle out in the middle that somehow got flipped over onto its back and really is having a hard time flipping over. Okay, so as the lizard folk and tiefling are sitting there, they begin talking. Quite loudly, actually. Like, so, what do we have to do around here to, Yes, I think this group of, interesting fellows. You think anyone here might be interested in a little mercenary work, Dax? I mean, I certainly think so. Perhaps. Some of them more than others, but I definitely think there's some merit to that. But first, I think, clears his throat, kind of slyly holds his hand out. Oh, yes, of course. It's like, your payment. And he pulls out of a bag of holding he has at his side an extremely ornate-looking longsword in a scabbard. It is jewels and shit, and it looks like it is worth more than this building.
Oh, his eyes.
And pretty much everyone in the entire immediately stops and starts listening as the two of them continue their seemingly oblivious conversation.
I'm gonna roll an insight check on the intent by this.
You can. Just don't be in that one again. 27. Nice. These two are clearly putting on a bit of a... They're grifting a little bit. You can clearly see, you know, a little bit of a side hustle when you see one, but it's not really a hustle trying to get money from people. It's almost like they're showing off how much wealth they have in an attempt to get reactions.
So, given by this wealth, I can make an assumption that they're from one of the richer cities nearby. Say Epton.
You would definitely be able to see that this guy's probably got Epton money. There aren't many other cities that are capable of earning you that kind of money.
Well, besides Argren, but
Well, you assume they are probably from that caravan you heard about that people saw coming from the west, which is where Epton is generally located.
right?
Otherwise, they would smell vaguely of smoke.
Yep.
I mean, I imagine the tiefling does already.
Yeah, the tiefling does give off that slight smell.
So Grignac does kind of glance over, but he's keeping a watch more on the Don and his thugs.
All right. You keep an eye on Don Celino, who, I'm going to roll to see how well this ratfolk crime boss is. Well, no, he wouldn't say he's a crime boss, but that's what he is. Let's see. That's a 10. Nah, he's having a bit of trouble hiding the hearts in his eyes looking at that sword. Like the tiefling unsheaths it very quickly and very dramatically. Just kind of holds it up, and You notice it's actually kind of got a slight flamberge-like curve to it, which means it was very expensive to forge. Does it have a specific word? No, you decide that once you attune to it. I mean, I imagine something in Infernal would have the effect you would like it to. Like, rock. And instantly the sword bursts into flames,
Ooh.
lighting up the entire room. Just quality. And then he immediately sheathes it. It's like, quality indeed. I suppose that's what running a business in Epton will get you. It's like, yes, well, the wonky pommel certainly services all kinds.
Now he shoots the fan.
You sheath your fan.
And she's probably gonna, while eyeing the rest of the room, probably gonna slink on over when
You gonna make your way on over?
potentially.
All right, just taking your time.
Yeah, she's wanting to see how anybody else is reacting first.
All right, you
Reading
can definitely
the room first.
reading the room. Okay, how would everyone react to that sudden sight of a very expensive-looking flaming sword? If anyone wants to, they can roll a knowledge arcana to try and determine what that was if they were paying attention. DC is not super high.
I'm trying to right myself currently.
Yeah, I'd say you couldn't. You were still trying to get yourself back up. It's like you're doing those things where you're like doing crunches with your tiny little pill bug legs wiggling frantically. 11. That's actually high enough. This is as
Vara's a little preoccupied right now.
yeah, you're fine. So yeah, the two of you, the DC was a 10. As far as like magic weapons go, they don't get much more charismatic than flame tongue blades. And that is exactly what he's got. It is just a very nice looking one. Looks like it was definitely crafted by a master smith.
Naya doesn't care much for the magic weapon bit. She mostly cares about getting something. So
Yep. So, if you make your way over there, roll perception for me real quick as you approach.
Naya's keeping her wits about her. Ooh, that
12.
20 on the other side.
12. Okay, not quite enough to get every word, but you definitely can hear them talking to each other in whispers as you're approaching, and one of them is, best you can tell, the lizard folk seems to be looking at you. For a brief moment, you think you see something glinting on his forehead, but by the time you get closer, it's not what you thought it was. You probably were just seeing things. It's like, might we help you, young miss?
I hear you're from Epton. I'm judging by your very obvious conversation and your.
Not originally. In fact, the two of us are actually originally Argarin, if you could call it that. But yes, I happen to be a proud resident of the city of Epton. Not like my good friend Lordius Marcus here. He is a bit more of the wandering type. I was lucky enough just to be able to procure his services as hired muscle in my most recent business venture. Pleasure.
And I hear you are in need of some sort of job, perhaps?
Like, oh, you overheard, I see. Bit of an eavesdropper.
Well, my line of work, saying what everyone has to say, it's kind of the news, as it were.
They must be quite interesting with those ears of yours.
Ooh.
No.
Good at keeping them low to the ground and all. On the tail of quite a few interesting.
Oh, Nari does a smug smirk. Yeah, you know what you're on about.
And now you notice there's a third eye on his forehead opening up and looking at you. Very much functional and very much arcane looking.
Ooh.
Back where I'm from, we have something called Satori, which are monkeys of a similar talent set.
Yes, I'm well aware. My friend Rowan actually has one in a jar.
I'd love to see that. Dreadful creatures.
Yes, he has refused repeatedly to tell me the story of how he procured it. So you're interested in the job, I see.
Yeah, well, yes. given your location, your place of origin, I have figured if I help take part of the job, could it be potential as payment to embark with you back towards your place of residence? I've been meaning to get that in, so
Well, I can see why you'd be reluctant to go alone. That stretch of desert is rather formidable. What the demons crawling all about? Doing a little spooky finger thing. Dax just grimaces somehow even harder than he was before.
between the demons, the former slavers, whatever
Well,
incident happened in Oxy.
Ah, yes, terrible business that. Apparently, there was a bit of a flood. Haven't actually heard anything, but a friend of mine apparently has met the people who dealt with that whole affair. Apparently, some new guild party just happened to be there right at there by pure happenstance and managed to resolve that matter. Couldn't save the town, but they did get every single person out.
That's lovely. That I've heard a little bit about that. Nari says, and I have an advantage on this one.
24, not bad.
I have an
All right.
advantage.
Well, let's see what happens here.
Nari knows the whole deal from Nicole and Kara, so
Indeed. Well, funny enough, Othniel also has advantages on insight checks, and he actually got a 25.
damn.
By one.
Jeez.
Fuck.
It's like, He doesn't say anything, but he smiles. The two of you kind of have an A moment
Yeah.
between the two of you silently.
Yeah, if he
It's
knows
like,
what
I
I
know-
am, he knows I'm a Kubu Hill. This is all what we're about.
You know he has true sight in some capacity.
Yeah, he knows. Yeah, he knows what we're about.
It's like you two understand each other now. Dax, meanwhile, is just holding the exact same facial expression, just staring. They're like, oh, now there are two of them. It's like, so how do you want me to go about this then? You've already procured my services for this. It's like, you ought to warn her, don't you think? It's not exactly the,
What job would you be looking? What about this job? What is this job by chance?
Tell me, you ever heard of the Temple of Vines?
Hmm.
The room kind of goes quiet at that. At least from a few of the people. Especially their...
Would Nari have heard something about Kyra from this?
Kyra would have probably mentioned it offhand, but it wouldn't have actually been anything of a particular focus of hers. She's more interested in Dragonborn ruin.
So would
And
that
this
be
isn't-
not
This
Well,
would be
whatever.
knowledge. I would
History?
say knowledge history.
all right? 16.
16. It is an elven ruin located not too far away from Lake Garin.
Ooh,
And
yes,
it,
I know that a friend of mine mentioned an elven ruin.
Yes.
By Lake Argoman.
Calling it a ruin's a bit of a disservice. It's more of a boot camp, honestly. The Eladrin trained there in the olden days. And you'll notice he is still talking just egregiously loudly, hoping everyone around hears him. It's like lots of danger, lots of excitement, and lots of very interesting fey magical items and treasures, ripe for whoever's up for taking it.
Well,
But in order to do that, we'll require some people with a certain set of skills, you see.
Fey magic.
It's no walk in the park.
Well, surely you can. Would want someone who is attuned to that sort of magic, would you not? Nari says, and spoily.
I suppose I would at that. Tell me. Dax just kind of rolls over and goes, the real question isn't really how skilled you are in magic, it's how well can you defend yourself.
Well, I've had weapons out the entire time, and you haven't noticed that yet. She says that she has the fans.
Ooh.
That's not intimidation. That's just a matter of fact.
It's like, I've fought Angu folk before. It's like, never one using anything like those. Still, Kind of looks over and goes, Dax just kind of stands up and just, hit me as hard as you can.
Oh.
He doesn't
Alrighty.
look like he's challenging you. He is just straight up saying, hit me as hard as you can. Very flat and matter of fact. Like,
So, do I just hit him? Damage?
just roll to attack with advantage.
Alrighty, Nari. 19.
That just matches his AC. All right, like he raises up a shield right as you come in, pulls it out. You didn't even know it apparates into his hand. You manage to slip the fan through, and you actually get a good slice across his face a little bit. And this steaming little bit of blood just comes pouring out. Licks a finger and just kind of wipes it. Just, she's good. Sits down and just kind of rubs his finger on the scratch, and it just heals instantly. Not bad at all. It's like, okay, you can clearly handle yourself. Tell me, you know anyone else in town who might be up for the task?
I've only been here about a week, but I know quite a few individuals who are all the rough and tumble type.
If you look at Vara and say rough and tumble, I'm gonna fucking laugh.
I'm just imagining somebody's tried to steal from the comatose, halfling, and just suddenly they're bent over on the floor crying. You're like, what happened? I don't know.
It's like, what? I blacked out.
Hmm? What was that?
Well, it's like, It's like, so, perhaps I should give you a little bit more of a synopsis of the sort of work we'll be dealing with.
Then,
The Temple of Vines is unique. I'm looking for one particular item. Still saying this loud enough for everyone to hear. Pulls out an interesting looking little scroll, and inside of it is a depiction of what looks like a very humble looking spear. You know what this is?
would I know what this is?
You can roll a knowledge arcana, but the DC is pretty high, but I want to see what happens.
Alright, that's a 19.
Okay, not enough to know the exacts, but you can definitely tell it's fey, and you can definitely tell that it is very well made. It's definitely enchanted, but you're not 100% sure.
Definitely a well-made fey weapon of some description. Eldarin make, I'm assuming.
It's called the Shade Bulk, or as you might be translating it, a blinking spear.
Ooh.
A blinking spear?
Yes, you throw it, and you apparate to wherever it lands, hand in the hilt once again. Combat potential is a little strange. The Fae mostly used it for transportation. It's how Eladrin was so stealthy. They'd throw it like a javelin and be wherever it landed the moment it landed. Surprisingly handy if you know how to use it. Looking to replace his. Unfortunately, the only one we know of is in the Temple of Vines. Not exactly the easiest thing, but I have it on very good authority. He just kind of gestures over to Dax, who nods. Just, I haven't been in there in a long time, but back when I was, in my order, I may or may not have seen it while training inside of there. We initiated inside of that temple. Had to survive a gauntlet, and I can assure you it is not the easiest place to survive. You know anything about how elven temples usually work?
Would I?
I would say that you know that elven temples aren't really structures the same way that most races are. Elven temples are basically giant plants that have been magically carved out to look like something. They're alive, and they can defend themselves.
Most of my experience comes from the more Angu variety. Typically along the more peninsulas where I'm from.
Indeed. Well, I definitely have no issue with this one tagging along. You have a name, miss?
I go by Nari. Naughty Hand.
Othnail Stone Eye. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Pleasure's all mine.
Dax.
And pleasure's mine, Mr. Dax.
Kind of just stands up, and I'm going to go see if there's anything interesting in town. like, hold on to that sword for me, will you? Drops it and just kind of casually strolls off outside the door. Oh, that's the trick we're going with. He kind of says, much more quietly than anything up to that point. Looks over at you and just, so, I'm thinking we might need a few specific people, and I think I may know exactly who we're looking for. They may already be in this room as we speak.
Well, given that most of the town is in here, that would probably make sense.
Yeah, that's fair, actually. I didn't even think of that. I'm used to living in a much bigger city than this.
Same. I come from Bronzedens.
Ah, ha, ha. I've been there a few times. Lovely place if you can get past the humidity. I have to sleep under a heat lamp whenever I'm there.
It's too cold and foggy for my type. Ugh. My hair
Yeah,
is all
the aesthetic is definitely there.
hard to breathe in. Don't
Well,
really
I'm sure
want
you'll
to
love
leave.
Epton. Temperature there is perfect all the time. I always hate leaving it, but I have a bit of business. Even beyond that, that's why I came myself. Normally, I would have just sent Dax myself to acquire all of this, but I've got something else I need to take care of when this is done. So, well, it looks like for this job, we're going to need someone tuned to Fey magic who can alter their form into something extremely small, lots of tight crevices and whatnot. Someone amphibious, ideally. Someone capable of navigating potential underwater hazards. Someone with a great degree of foresight.
Vera
And
gets up when he says this and actually walks out of the room. She's following
And
Dax, but she's waiting. She waited for him to say something like that because she heard it coming.
You certainly did, and you know he's talking shit and having a little bit of fun. He's working the room. And lastly, and most importantly, we need a wild card. It's like someone who is quite good at throwing a bit of rock into a situation. Who can roll with the punches.
Varric is still.
Oh, for fuck's sake! He looks over at Gordon. I guess you want to make a lot of money.
Does it involve taking the fuck stick down there?
It's like, who are you pointing at?
The Don.
It's like, oh, hello. I didn't even notice you there. Hello. Just kind of casually waves. The rat folk immediately just looks a little more nervous and looks away. It's like, no, infiltrating an old elven temple, finding ancient treasure, having some fun, kicking some ass. You know.
It's not my usual gig, but maybe.
I'll make it worth your while. I have to, let me sweeten the pot a little bit. And he tosses something at you.
Catch it.
It looks like a little magical microphone.
Just raises an eyebrow at that. Oh.
Like, don't use it indoors, but anything in front of that quite literally going to get swept off their feet.
Pockets it, and he goes, all right, then. And if you excuse me, it's time to close my set.
Like,
And
you
then,
have fun. I
He
look
does
forward
a loud strum. There's a sudden flash and a burst of smoke as pyrotechnics goes off. And then, quite suddenly, he appears behind the Don and the Centaur, and he puts a hand on each of them and goes, hey, boys. I'll be back for your posters in a bit. And then just pops back, and he's now, sitting at the table with the others.
Like, that's a very funny joke you got there.
Am I back up on my feet?
You are by this point.
I've nudged the Don a little bit, mushed my head towards Grignac, and want me to take him out, boss?
It's like, no, that's fine. He just kind of leans down and goes, but I couldn't help but overhear our new, very rich lizard folk friend. And it sounds an awful lot like this might be very lucrative. Said he needed someone with druidic talents who could get into small spaces. Like, you might just happen to be the best person I know at this, even without the transforming. How about you sign up for that and leans down. you take everything they're worth. And you just steal everything that ain't glued down, you bring it back here to me. You'll be handsomely rewarded.
If she
Nari
could
is also
rub-
making keep. Sorry.
If she could rub her little hands together, she would be.
It's like, all right, go introduce yourself to the lizard fella.
She's gonna crawl up like. I mean, everyone's short at the table, aren't they?
Yeah,
Nari,
no, Nari and Othniel are about human-sized, but Gorignac's about 4 feet tall.
Nari is really short for a human, but still taller than everyone else.
Now that Dax is gone, Dax was pushing... Well, without the horns, Dax was already pushing 7 feet. With the horns, he's pushing 8.
Well, she's gonna crawl up behind the lizard folk, and
All right.
suddenly there is a halfling there who looks like the stereotypical greaser, including a magnificent green pompadour.
Oh, hello. Didn't see you there.
Hey, I hears you got some work for someone with my skills, eh?
Why, I don't know where you could have possibly heard such a thing. I've been very discreet. But yes, I happen to be.
I was keeping ear to the ground, see?
I do see. I see quite well. Haha, that's a blind joke.
Sure,
Okay.
boss. Sure, boss.
You're in.
That's it?
And you can definitely see at this display a few people just kind of looking around and okay, what's happening now? They know who Tuft is at the very least. Have seen you walking with the Dawn before. But this guy doesn't seem to really care if he even knows at all about what's happening. Tell me.
On insight.
You can. Especially with this halfling suddenly appearing. 13. I'd say that's enough to definitely know that there are less than wholesome intentions here. But you also can glean from that Othniel seems so unfazed in spite of how good he is at knowing that, oh, she's full of shit, Gorignac. You're a little more jaded than Nari is.
He just smiles.
Like, all right then. We're shaping up to be a fun little outfit. Okay. I guess it's just a matter of seeing who old Dax can procure. Okay, and you there? Looks over at the merfolk over there, Gray. Just
Here.
like,
What do you want?
like some muscle,
Is there going to be something big to hit?
plenty.
Good. And she stands up from where she's sitting at the bar, and then just sits down at the table.
Like, I like you already. You got a name, miss?
My name's Erithris, but most folks just call me Air.
All right then. Easy enough. Othniel Stone Eye. Here. Pulls out of his bag of holding and hands you a looking trident.
Where in the God's hells did you get this from?
I don't think you'd actually believe me. I mean, honestly, someone got it for me. I don't think you'd believe them.
Fair enough.
It's an interesting story.
How much do you got in there?
Oh, don't worry. There's something. Say what?
Nari wonders out loud.
Oh. Let's just say it involves dealing with Aboleth spawn.
You don't look so tough.
Well,
I'm less fun. Character, I'd love to hear that tale. Meanwhile, cutting to the main.
meanwhile, you guys are in the middle of fighting the sea elves.
Fuck these things.
Just absolute carnage. This Errol Flynn-like sword fighting sequence between Clancy and one of the elves, Tonk shooting one of them, perhaps ripping one of them in half and wringing him like a towel.
She must be living the life of luxury right now.
The
Sounds
comedic
something-
cutaway.
I sense something metal just happened.
Like, oh, I'm sure it did. Like, all right, with that assembled, meanwhile, entering in among the shanty town, the sun beginning to set, people going about by lantern light, it is cooler now. Dax is very easy to follow.
He's obviously not making any pains to show that he's not trying to be followed.
Indeed, he is not. And plus, I mean, it looks like one half of his head is slightly simmering with the end of the broken horn, so he leaves a very obvious trail of sparks. And he's bigger than people there.
Vera's just following him. She's not saying a goddamn word. She's just following him with that same vacant look on her face, like she's not actually there.
All right. As he walks down the way, you suddenly do see him turn down an alleyway and begin speaking in a language. Vera doesn't know Infernal, does she?
No, I don't. Actually, she might, because I didn't actually get an answer about which languages she could have.
Well, given your divining abilities, you'd at least be able to get the gist of it. He's not exactly trying to hide. You actually see him walk down an alleyway, and you actually see a couple of younger-looking tieflings. Both of them, one of them looks maybe like an 8-year-old. The other one looks about 15.
Mm-hmm.
Aww.
Like, Vrashol.
Oh, baby tieflings.
Like, Vrashol. Dax says at them in a very guttural, sharp tongue. Hello, mister. You wouldn't happen to... Shh. It's like, are you all right here? Yes, the church feeds us. We're fine. Your parents... You don't have to tell me. But, you need anything. Is anyone giving you a hard time? It's not always easy for, points at his own rack of horns. Especially in light of all the demons running around. You know, I killed one of them on the way here. A big one. They both just kind of get wide-eyed a little bit. They both look very different from Dax, who has been kind of a charcoal complexion. One of them is actually kind of a bright blue, kind of almost cold-looking, very clammy. And the other one is a kind of almost a hot pink color. One has hooves for feet and no tail. One has a tail and little tiny wings. Horns are vary a little bit. One of them actually has 3 horns. One of them's kind of budding off into 2. All right. Just kind of pulls out a little bit of a... Uncorks a bottle, takes a sip for a moment. Give me one moment. And Dax is going to cast... Let's see here. Look at his spell list. I think I gave him this. Oh, yeah. Dax casts Create Food and Water.
Aww.
Oh.
Just kind of rolls out this really nice-looking set of platter of food for them. Just don't tell anyone where you got it from. I don't... Oh, thank you. Share with any friends you have. Don't worry about it. We got to stick together, don't we? World's hard enough as it is.
Aww.
Thank you. They just both kind of dash back down into the alleyway. He turns around and looks down, and is Vera trying to hide herself at all, or is she just standing there looking like she's sleepwalking?
She's just standing there looking like she always looks.
Like, just kind of stares at you in kind, eyes kind of half shut himself. Like, divining magic, I'm guessing.
Yes. You try to put on a very tough exterior, but I could see it.
No, I don't try to put on the tough exterior. It's there.
No, you try. You try. But your true self shines through, so...
I'm not trying to hide it. He just kind of keeps walking.
Well, I don't know if you want to... if you need this information or not. But the Baron is planning to steal everything you have.
Oh, that little rat.
Yes. He would like to take everything that you and your employer own.
Oh, I had a feeling that they at least entertained the fantasy of it. I mean, you seem like you've got a good head on your shoulders.
Well, that's not there most of the time, but yes.
Yeah, I can definitely understand. Dax,
Vera, very nice to meet you.
your skill's the real deal. How far into the future can you see?
Well, it depends on day to day, and whether or not I care to look too closely at anything. There are quite a few people here that I do not need to see anything into anymore, she says, rolling her eyes over to the side.
Like, he just kind of gets down on one knee, which still has him a fair bit taller than you are. Like, how far ahead with me can you see?
What would I roll for that? Either way.
I'll say... Let's just roll a D100 for this and see where it goes.
Alright. Let's see.
I need like to know if I'm going to have to watch my back. You never know where you're going to find anything. Life for tieflings is a lot harder than it needs to be. 44. Okay. All right.
I will
You generally
try.
see, you don't get much of a vibe of anything particularly painful, but right there at the end of it, things get really, really hot. All you
I
get
don't
really
know.
a sensation of is red heat and a spear point.
I do not know how far ahead it is, but there is heat and a spear. And that is where it ends.
Interesting.
On the way to
Well.
the heat and the sphere, it does not seem to be very rocky.
Good to know. Have to sleep with an eye open. Tell me, you attached to staying in this town? He just starts walking, assuming you're going to follow along.
She does. She trots along as best she can behind him. No,
He's
I'm not.
deliberately walking. He's deliberately walking a little more slowly than he normally would because he knows it's about 5 steps for every one of his for you.
She notices and appreciates it. She says, "No, I am not attached to this place. I will go where I will go."
Well, you see into the future and see if you're willing to take up a bit of mercenary work. Could use someone with your skills.
I don't know. I don't have to look very far to see that. Yes, I am. That is why I followed you.
Good. I hope that was the case. It would have been very awkward trying to mug someone that looks so much like a child. I doubt I could have convinced a crowd that I was the good guy in that scenario.
No, it is very, very difficult for muggers to try to mug me in the first place.
That makes 2 of us. Just kind of smiles at you very dryly. All right, so you two make your way back to the Myrmidon. Entering inside, you see the group sitting around the table. It's like, oh, that was fast. It's like, found ourselves a diviner. It's like, oh, excellent. It's like, well, I assume you knew I was going to say that. He just kind of
Yes.
points and goes,
Good evening.
Like-
I do.
Tough just kind of side eyes the diviner. Little
you,
suspicious.
yeah, there are 2 halflings there now.
Mhm.
Not everyone
Vera-
actually.
Vera actually cast detect thoughts earlier and did not say anything. So she turns to look at Tuff and says, "I am glad that you got back off of your back."
Which his eyes just like bulge in their head. I know what you're talking about.
I'm sure you don't.
Yes, indeed. Dax just kind of sits down. The table kind of goes like an inch off the ground for a second. It's like, looks over at Ari the merfolk and just goes, Dax,
Harry.
it's like, look like you can handle yourself just fine.
Yeah. You
Good.
can say that.
Looks over at all the rest of it. It's like, good. I was hoping I wouldn't have to be the only muscle in. Wouldn't be the first time. I can handle myself well enough, but always good to have someone else on the front line. No offense, but a lot of the rest of you look,
A little squishy?
I was going to look for a kinder word, but yes,
There is no kinder word.
I suppose there isn't.
Grignac does
Hey,
a
speak for yourself, Toots.
What was
Go
that?
ahead.
Speak for yourself, Toots.
I was. I don't know why you took it as a compliment to yourself. She says, still in that incredibly vacant stare.
And she looks at you like, what the fuck are you?
You all can notice now that Othniel is smiling a very pointed, toothy lizard folk grin. It's like, oh, this is going to be quite fun. I was worried we were going to get a bunch of boring, one-dimensional thugs.
Meanwhile, as everyone's talking about squishiness, Nari is picking her teeth, and it's a fox mouth now with Odogaron claws on her hand.
All right, I'll roll and see if Dax notices that. Given his paladinness, he can sense a lot of different magical goings on. Oh yeah. You get a bit of a quick side eye from him. It's hard to tell though, given he doesn't even have iris.
Ooh.
It was more directed at Tough because
Gotcha.
He still sees it though, because he can see your bullshit.
So, as I mentioned to my friend Nari here, we're going to be headed to the Temple of Vines. It's about a 4 days trek southeast of here. We'll have to pass by Porgarin. Fortunately, slavers shouldn't be a problem, and everyone's just having an absolute fucking field day taking care of those bandits, so I'm not sure we'll have to deal with much of them. So, about 4 days through the desert, maybe half a day through a forest. It's not going to be easy work, mind. Once we get there, that temple is all kinds of dangerous. Dax could tell you all about that. Yes, I did training there back when I was an initiate. Everyone in my order had to survive in there for 3 days and nights. In a temple that is intelligent and capable of altering its interior form through illusion magic to look like your worst nightmares.
That gets few pointed glances, yeah.
I managed to survive. Not everyone did. Yes, the Eladrin trained in there in order to hone their minds and bodies to the absolute peak they could be. Just why they were such damned effective warriors back in the wars. 4 Eladrin could take out an army.
Enough.
Clearly not. But then again, he just kind of vacantly looks up. 3 Eladrin took down a Madrian airship by themselves.
Damn.
Not exactly the simplest of feats. Those things were the size of cities. But either way, it's dangerous.
Respect.
But I've been there before. I can get us through it again if we need to. I'm a lot stronger than I was since well, that's not important. All the rest of you seem to have enough sets of skills. You're all capable of handling yourselves. Some of you requiring more proof than others. But I think all of you have enough of a measure. Miss Han here surprised me. Miss Vera here just kind of gently does a small little nod. An absolute pleasure.
She nods back.
Mr. Gorignac, you said your name was?
Rugnak Gorola.
You definitely look like you're not just wearing that armor for show.
Nope. Bounty hunter betrayed.
Definitely a good line of work in this day and age.
After he says that, he arcs a bit of electricity through his fingertips and makes a finger gun motion at the dawn.
Kind of makes little taser noises.
Yep.
He's just looking the other way.
From Tough.
Party chemistry.
Hey, keep your
Very...
on the...
Vera kind of shifts her foggy eyes over and looks directly at Tuft and smiles that vacant smile again. She's doing it because she knows it creeps her the fuck out.
You're a real creep,
Scotland
Ranger.
is channeling the Third Fleet Master so hard right now.
Yep.
You're a real creep, Ranger.
And I can definitely tell you know how to use that trident you've got there, looking over at Aerie. You're holding it correctly. I've fought a few merfolk in my day. Absolute nightmares if they know what they're doing. Slippery.
Exactly.
Vera shifts her eyes over to him really quickly, like, was that On purpose, or
Yes, it was. All right, we'll leave in the morning then. You all, Othniel pulls out a pouch. Says, here's 500 gold apiece. Go stock up on any potions or rations or anything you might need. Meet me here come sunup. We will embark for the temple. If you need me for anything, I will be staying at, what is the closest inn? He kind of shouts over at Shmamas. That would be the Bold and Brass. Say, Say, that sounds colorful. I'd have to see what that's about. He just kind of shuffles out, and Matt Murdock's his way out the door.
I think that's what Nari's saying too.
Vera's just been sleeping in whatever passes for a library. Because nobody can stop her.
No, they cannot. All right. So you guys have an evening. If you need to any specific things, you don't have to roleplay going out and shopping for everything. But there are shops, there are potions. If anyone has anything they would like to pick up, they may do so.
How much
4-day
are
journey.
potions of healing cost?
25 gold apiece.
Okay.
So I'll take 5 of those.
5 of those.
And that's minor healing, right?
Yeah. 25 for that, 100 for moderate healing, and 200 for major.
Yeah, they have potions of healing on the thing, so I'm just gonna grab some of them.
Moderate's 100, right?
Yep.
Okay.
How much is the moderate?
Moderate's 100 apiece.
Anywho,
She's gonna grab 2 of those.
All right.
Nari is probably also staying at that hotel, so
All right.
she's probably going to follow Othniel there.
All right. You follow Othniel to the Bold and Brass, and it is run by a brass dragonborn and kobold couple.
Aww. I like those. Small and tall.
It's a very hoity-toity looking little bed and breakfast establishment with a lot of original art on the wall painted by the two of them. Most of it of each other.
Aww. Michaels.
All right.
But yeah, since they were both vague to each other on the about the exact payment, I imagine I was gonna approach to him more in private.
You're gonna approach him about that in private. Okay. So you wanting to get Epton? I see. Any particular reason why? It's love, isn't it?
Potentially, but also it's about to be the front lines to the Hobbs.
Ah, yes. Dreadful business, that. Keep moving further north. Won't be too long for at the door of Bentroot Bog. That'll hold them back for a while, but I do not like to think about what that's going to lead to. Either way.
I hear they have Niue with them.
Yes, they do have those as shock troops. That's a morbid joke.
Yes.
Oh,
They used to have Dire ride you, but phased them out a bit ago.
Yes, they weren't quite so. Well, I'm afraid they were just too good of boys. Just too good of boys. Far too good of boys. They needed something a little more dangerous. Rather vicious things, Niue. Surprised they were able to even wield them at all. But I can arrange for that. I'm still going to give you some sort of magical item as payment.
Oh.
For your own defense's sake. Here. Hands you a little amulet. I won't tell you what it does. You're just going to have to wear it and find out.
Much obliged, sir.
Just put this magic shit on, it's fine.
Don't worry. It's
I
actually
cast Identify on it.
Okay, you cast Identify. He shoots you a slightly disappointed glance, but...
Sorry, I'm a little too curious for my own good.
It shrinks down to the size of a ring when you wear it. It is known as Hadhari's ring.
Oh.
It as a reaction, if you get attacked, it can cast a variant that basically is the spell Arm of Hadar.
Oh shit.
In your case, though, it would be your foxtails basically manifesting and thwomping some motherfucker that gets too close.
Nice.
I'll have things for the rest of them in the morning. In the meantime, I'll go find some. It's a cold night out. Don't want any other lizard folk getting cold feet.
That's fair.
I know a thing or two about love. It's awkward business, especially when your significant partner is a little hell-bent on a particular quest that they just cannot get themselves away from.
One could say that.
Indeed. Now, where is he? Just kind of strolls out into the middle of the darkness of the town at night. So if anyone has anything else they wish to do, anything they wish to look for or touch base with.
I'm gonna go see the Don.
Tuft, my friend, you did excellent work getting involved in this little operation. We'll miss you here, but I think a lot of good can come out of this.
Yeah, boss. Might need to watch out for that diviner over there. She's a bit of trouble.
She shifts her foggy eyes directly at Tuft again.
It'd be even funnier if you were like on the other side of the town and you just look in the exact direction and somehow Tuft
you know
knows.
what it is? It's the Always Sunny thing when they look across the entire building at each other.
Wherever she is sitting right now, and she is staring directly at Tuft again.
I heard you talking shit.
I can see the fucking future. You cannot talk shit about me and I won't hear it.
It's like, okay, just if you ever get an opportunity, I've had one of our guys go out there and scope out their wagon. This guy runs a magic weapon shop in Epton. He's made of money. Everyone there's rich out their ass, has a whole bunch of stuff that they just don't know even what to do with. So, they won't miss a thing or two slipping away every now and then. I mean, they're giving away magical weapons to people, crying out loud. Just, if there's an opportunity to advance things, you do whatever you have to. You hear me?
Whatever you say, boss.
No, I mean it. He hands you a dagger. Whatever you have to.
I got you, boss. Just tucks it away.
Good. Now, I am going to go and lock myself in the room for a little bit and avoid any eye contact with goblins for a while. Time to go. Go ahead.
As he's trying to leave, Tuft is going to cast Gust around the rough area where Scath is.
Yes.
Just knock, whatever she's, eating or whatever, knock the food out of her hand.
Well, if you're gonna do that, then...
Oh, shit! Yeah, you did that to the wizard, by the way.
Oh, crap.
Counterspell. Oh, man. The wind picks up really dramatically and then just
She makes
fizzles
eye
out.
contact with you fully. Her eyes are not foggy anymore. She makes eye contact with you fully as she drinks out of her cup.
You're doing it while drinking. That's even better.
Tuft stares her down
made
and
it
just
in
flips her off.
Dax is just in the middle of eating something and just goes, nice.
What happened?
Also, since I did that, I get my spell slot back for casting Detect Thoughts.
I tried to use Gust to knock Scath's drink out of her head, and she counterspelled it.
Oh,
Flipped her off.
you get it back anyways because we took a rest.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
So,
It's
none
true.
of these spells are going.
Alright. Anyone else has anything they're doing?
After talking with Nathan, she would come back to the bar to scope out the situation a bit more before she would check back in.
Alright. There wouldn't be too much more going on now that it's starting to get later. A lot of people are going home so they can rest up for another enduring hot day out in the middle of Formiras in blistering heat. It sounds like you guys are going to be going through the desert for a little bit, so you guys can fill up your food and water skins, acquire enough rations to make it through the 4-day journey and back. So I'd say that's about 10 rations each. We won't have to account for that financially. That's taken care of. So the morning comes. You all assemble back at the Myrmidon, I imagine, or if there's anything you wish to do first.
So what was my ring called again?
Hatari's Ring. I'll type it out.
Okay.
The only thing I can really think Air would do besides like sleep and be like making sure she's properly hydrated.
And that's
Yeah,
actually one free casting of Arms of Adar.
As a reaction. Basically, if someone attacks you, you can cast it as a reaction. It has 1 charge per day.
Alrighty.
So, yeah, keeping hydrated, yeah, you definitely would need a lot of water skins for living out here in the middle of the desert.
Would it still be 2D necrotic or another damage type?
It would be, I'd say it'd be fire damage in this instance.
Alright.
Yeah, I'm just assuming she waiting for them just like down like an entire water skin like just before the road.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even as soon as the sun starts coming up, it immediately is miserable again. You have no idea why the Thrakeen decided to build this place out in the middle of nowhere. And then proceeded to completely eat everything around them.
Well,
What the fuck were the bugs fucking thinking?
Yeah, first blood! You hear it in the dark.
Echoing down from below.
before we kick off, Grignak's going to leave a prestidigitation image of his face on the door of the Dawn's most prominent business, and also cast a minor illusion effect so that the eyes track whoever walks in front of it.
Okay, you do so.
It'll only last for about an hour, but somebody's going to see it.
Oh, yeah. You'll get at least a little bit of satisfaction there. Okay. So you all assemble out. You all meet at the Myrmidon. Othniel and Dax are both there, just casually assembled. Dax is wearing a very heavy, the proper term is a redingote. It's kind of like the typical long overcoats you see pirates wear. That kind of has a colonial look to it, but it was made of black leather. You don't know how he's wearing that in that sweltering heat, but he is not sweating a drop.
I mean, he bleeds fire sparks. I'm just...
Yeah, he is a clearly very infernally descended tiefling at a glance. That's very easy to tell. You can see he's wearing a breastplate as well with a very unusual insignia on the chest. Kind of I would say the wizard and the reporter both could definitely, who is from Madria, could definitely roll Arcana for it.
Okay.
Advantage or...
No, just regular. 15? 17. Not bad. Okay, the breastplate is scratched out, but that is a insignia commonly used for Olaster, the Archdevil.
Farrah's eyes go sharp again as she looks at it very briefly, and then they go back to foggy.
I said to him, no worries. Cut ties with them a long time ago. Just says as he just walks past, briefly stepping outside.
She dips her head in a nod.
Okay, so we're all here and we're all ready. Good. Let's embark on a little money-making adventure. It's not pretty simple. Get in there, find that spear, and get out. My client is paying pretty exponentially for this. It's honestly the best contract I've had in a while. You notice, Nari especially, you notice Othniel actually looks pretty happy. A little happy, has a bit more of a pep in his step than he did before. You're assuming whatever conversation he had last night was a good one. You make your way over to his wagon, which is pulled by, let me see here. What did I have it written down as? Yep, two very sturdy-looking dire road runners.
Ooh.
Just beep, beep.
Vera perks up and looks absolutely delighted.
Beep. They both just, one of them has like eyebrows set in the exact same stoic pattern Dax does, just permanently stuck there. They walk by, it's almost like seeing double.
Jesus.
The other one is a little extra wall-eyed, but overall looks pretty tough all the same. All right then,
Those are
you all can hop in the back of the wagon. It'll be much faster going this way. If we were going on foot, we'd probably be on the road for the better part of a week, and you do not want that in this desert. There's absolute. I assure you, this caravan is quite well guarded and warded. I run a magic weapons shop. I have bought like every giant-ass explosive rune I can come up with for anyone who tries to steal anything. Happens more often than you'd think.
Is stuff covered in ash?
If anyone tried, poof, they'd be dead.
I imagine Tuft has like some survival instinct. Jesus.
Yeah. She's not
Imagine
gonna steal
Tuft
when
is
everyone's
whistling.
right there.
Tuft's probably whistling. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Me? I am an innocent.
I am an innocent bystander.
That sounds
Warded,
like the kind of
protected.
bullshit that I see through on a daily basis.
Sounds like the kind of bullshit your eyes are made of.
Well, that's exactly. Thank you for noticing.
This is going to be so much fun. All right, then. So, onward. And with a slight flick of the reins, the two roadrunners take off. You all are stowed away in the back of the caravan. Since most of you are slightly on the smaller side, it's actually pretty easy to fit everyone. Dax takes up a sizable chunk of it, between him and Ari especially. Okay, then. Just kind of sits down. So,
What?
what was this?
Oh, that wasn't a roll. That was me trying to figure out adding arms of dollar to my attack.
Ah, gotcha.
Pay no attention to that.
Right. Okay. Well, we're going to be traveling together. I'd like to get to know the people that I'll be risking my neck to protect. What are you all about? We've got a few hours. It's early morning, and we probably will get maybe. This kind of pulls out he actually managed to procure a small map of the region. They probably get about halfway to here by tonight. We'll see.
Well, I guess if you haven't heard of me, I just hunt bounties. Put on a little show. It draws more out of the woodwork than you might think.
Respectable occupation these days. I do a bit of bounty hunting myself.
It's quite nice to be able to double dip. A little from the crowd, a little from the bounty.
Clever. Shame I can't play music with shit.
If you know any magic tricks always get the crowd growing.
I do, but most of mine are destructive to specific people.
Shame that. So,
It's
I imagine
handy.
Imagine you can always do strongman stunts.
Well enough, I suppose.
People always gasp when you beat a minotaur in a contest of strength.
Oh, yes, that they do. I've actually kind of points at his broken horn. Headbutting competition. See the other guy.
You're a bit of a gutsy tiefling. I like that.
Note to Tuft, note to self, do not get in an arm wrestle with the tiefling.
It's nice being able to have company that doesn't run away at the sight of me. Tieflings are, well, this continent's usually pretty good at respecting people for where they come from, but there's a bit of fear of demons these days.
I grew up a bit on the streets. More than a few tieflings there.
I'm sure.
You ain't
Were you
so
good?
stupid.
I heard some rumblings in Argon that there was some sort of infernal happenstance during
Yes.
the whole event.
Okay, Nari, Dax's face immediately for a moment goes into death glare mode and looks over at you for a second.
Oh,
That's so.
don't know how much. I don't know how much is true. I'm just hearing lots and lots of rumors, like there's some sort of like three-headed dragon that emerged. The king was a.
If
So
we
much
do
bullshit going on right now in regards to that.
Othniel, it's like if we do pass by, we'll be going by to where we can see Augurin at any point. Oh yes, towards the end of it, before we hit the forest, you should get a nice clear view. Good. He pulls out a bottle of scotch. I'm going to enjoy this very much. I've been saving this for a special occasion. It's like this is actually one of. You notice, if you overheard last night that he was referred to by another name at one point. For any of you who would remember that, you notice that that name is actually on the bottle of scotch, and it is marked as almost 100 years old.
Jeez.
It's like I remember when they bottled this.
You ain't no spring chicken, eh?
Although,
I'm 106. Tieflings live a fair amount of time.
I also heard that perhaps know that gladiators were involved, but also that there is some sort of some sort of freedom fighting or liberation more minded individual who left something on the throne after the whole thing was done.
Yes, an anarchist. Simple as that.
Either way, where I'm from, Jesus just starting to get back there, and
I heard about that. Something about majoring in civil propaganda. Look, I'm sure that'll turn out in a very explosive manner. I hope whoever did that is prepared with living with the blood on their hands from it. But I don't know them. I can't make absolute judgments. Anyway, that's enough about that. About the rest of you, come on. Stories of the day pass faster, and even though I don't really feel heat as intensely as some, it's still hotter than hell out here.
yeah.
Oh, is it? I don't notice. I don't notice much.
I imagine not. Always looking ahead, you are.
She's been staring off and out the window like a brain dead pigeon this entire time.
Good image.
It's the only reason she's cool is because she's not moving literally at all.
There are flies landing on you on occasion.
She doesn't care. She's too busy.
Yeah.
She's too busy trying not to lose her fucking mind with all the information that's coming in.
Well, as you're moving away from the town, it's getting quieter, thankfully, in that regard.
Oh, wonderful. Too
The
many
only
people.
thing is, you can't really leave there on your own unless you are really prepared to trek through a desert by yourself, which now there are demons wandering about is pretty much suicide.
Oh, there are so many people in that town, and they have so many strange thoughts.
You ain't seen nothing.
Oh, believe me, I have seen more than you think I have.
I believe you, me.
Everything.
I've seen some shit.
I've
Tell
seen
us
the inner
about it.
workings of everybody's mind. Do you know
I've
how
seen
many
what they
fantasies
actually-
people have on a daily basis? Of strange things? I see them all.
Yeah, I've seen that kind of stuff happen with my own 2 eyes.
Well, don't be shy about details.
No,
That's
please
just
be
like-
shy about details.
No, really, I want to know. Regale me.
Oh my god.
Oh, you know, a little of this, a little of that.
That's not a description. That's playing
very-
nice.
This one's being a little bit of a talkie.
Hey, look who's talking.
Well, it's my
At
job.
least when I talk, I don't make people go deaf.
That's part of the trade, little one.
Don't you know people pay off the ass to be entertained like that, depending on where you go. People in you should go to Ithwich sometime. It's like lots of college students there.
I'd rather not go back to Ithwich. Thank you very much.
I imagine you wouldn't.
I've actually visited once or twice.
Good money to be made there if you find the right crowd.
There.
Food is food.
They're college students. They're too poor to throw tomatoes. It's a waste of resources.
It's too real.
Unfortunately, for bards such as yourself, rocks are always free.
Well, it's also part of the business. You have to see a rock that pierced the armor.
Far too real. Far too real. Just looking at the scotch, and I almost want to break this open kind of way.
Oh, don't bother yourself on our account. That does nothing for me anymore.
So, any of you hear what's going on from the Angu side of things?
I hear a lot of
Not
things.
Not
I
much
mean-
at the moment. Angu itself apparently is I'm gonna roll something for Dax. Him being a merc that gets around a lot, a pretty successful one at that. Oh, okay, that's not bad. I did hear something. Apparently, one of their what's the word? I don't know. I'm probably going to terribly mispronounce this, but daimyo or something. One of their island lords apparently was overthrown recently by a small raiding party.
By who?
That's about as much as I know. It was a small group, very skilled, I know that much. Apparently one of them was some kind of... Apparently there's some sort of growing movement over there. Not sure what exactly. Apparently things are changing in the status quo and the Hobbs are having to divert some focus back home a little bit. Which is good because the Southern Oceans have a few too many fire ships for most merchants' likings. And I really don't want to go on a boat again.
Well,
Well, that should be good news for Epton then.
Oh, most likely.
there's one
Apparently
thing I know.
something about War of Succession, I think.
Oh,
Someone's able to challenge the right to the throne to their beloved son child.
oh,
Not sure
Once we get
exactly
back-
what.
Sorry.
something to challenge an Asimar.
By
This-
bloodline alone, apparently.
That could get messy.
I don't know anymore.
Sometimes things gotta get messy.
Well, given
It's been messy in Angu for the past 25 years.
Yeah, sometimes longer than others.
that the Angu were used to be just warring states for hundreds of years.
Yeah, it's
You
really
know
not.
how it works.
It's really not been dramatic over there. I mean, I remember when the Hobbs finally started unifying. That warlord of theirs, that Hobunaga fellow.
Did you really
Nobunaga.
just do that?
Nobunaga. You fuck.
I'm waiting to break that out.
Oh,
Oh,
it's glorious, and I love and
That's
hate it.
been in his world information for almost a year now.
Yeah, I added that in ages ago.
I probably read that years ago, man.
That's been gestating for years.
I've been waiting for the right moment. Thank you for that. All right, so
I've been trying to milk that one out. You're welcome.
you did good. So, what about you? You trying to conserve? Not much for words, are you? Looking over at Airy.
I'd never been much one for words. Never been much one for people either. She grabs one of the water sacks she's got, because sometimes she has like 12 just kind of like chilling. Just grabs one and cracks it open. Takes a sip.
Yeah. Dax has noticeably moved further away, given he him eat.
Yeah.
I can definitely understand. I understand. I have to admit, I'm curious why you're here on the surface, and probably one of the least hospitable environments for you.
She kind of does with 1,000-yard stare, not too different from I'm bad with names.
Vera?
Far from Vara, yeah. And she's like, I wanted to see how far I could get.
That's how it was when I was young. I walked from one end of the continent to the other, just getting by on clearing out any problems in front of me. Not a bad lifestyle if you're looking to see the world.
Exactly. I'm looking to save, have some challenges, have a good time. You know how it goes.
I do with that. I can respect that. Well,
so
as
you're a
for
hobo then.
bounty hunter, a bounty hunter is just a hobo with a license to kill, basically.
Respect.
A murder
Fair enough.
hobo, if you would.
Hey, a murder hobo might be the right word, I guess.
Well, you're a delightful batch of murder hobos if I've ever seen them.
Reminds me that there was once a murder hobo guild in Madria.
Yes, I'm sure there are. Humans are exceptionally good at turning into those.
Did they name it
No, let
that?
it. Well, yes, it was only a homeless person fight club.
Oh my goodness.
Sounds
The
about
rules
right.
of initiation is you had to not have a home, and you had to be ready to kill people.
Sounds like
Oh.
something I'd be into. I get bored with after a while.
I've become more and more glad that I've never actually visited Madria.
Gridneck's eyes spark a little bit. That you said it was in Major, did you?
Down south,
Hmm.
down south somewhere the more richer areas.
Yeah. Sounds like I have a destination.
Fucking fantasy Texas?
Well, fantasy New Orleans rather.
Oh my god.
There is one of those.
Yeah.
Only few things I recommend. One, dress warm. Doesn't matter how it is, it's going to rain there at least a little bit. Two, be prepared for racism. It's everywhere, but it's especially.
Oh,
I'm a
oh,
goblin.
oh, so much.
I'm a tiefling.
Oh,
I know all about you. I know all about it.
Fair enough.
Trust me, there are people over there who think of other non-human races as sport.
Well, those are my sport then.
Maybe I should visit Madria.
Gridneck smiles at that. I'll be heading that way soon enough.
The only things that they really aren't racist to are the gift, because they know the gift would take that as a challenge to hunt them back.
Oh god, those powder monkeys.
Powder
I
monkey?
hunted with one of those once. Bought out this. He basically was carrying a cannon.
Ooh, what was
Nearly-
his name?
What was his name? God, this was 40 years ago. He had like 6 names. You'll have to forgive me. It's like, I thought you had 6. Othniel shouts in the front. It's like, and I only used 2 of them by choice.
A friend of mine has a professor who is of gift descent. He goes by Blackwood.
That's not the name I'm aware of, but oh god, I'm going to be thinking about that for days.
We're gonna be in the middle of the tower and you're gonna remember and you're gonna shout it out at the top of your lungs.
You're probably right. Wouldn't be the first time.
That happens quite often.
I can't.
That's when you're as old as you are. Your memories tend to get away from you, huh, Pops?
Sometimes for the better.
I prefer to remember what I've done.
I wouldn't.
Don't envy you. And I fed the young goose from the Hobbs.
Well, that's Burning City we're going to be passing. That's where I'm from originally. Cut ties with it ages ago. There used to be a lot more devil worship there, and my family was part of that. They don't anymore. And you're looking at the reason why.
Hmm.
Ah. Interesting story there.
Not really. King Kiratus came into power. My power-hungry sister wanted in with him, burned down the family home because he opposed devil worship, and then I, in turn, burned her. way I see it, all I was
Don't you just
doing.
love when a family gets in on the fun?
If you can call it that.
Hey, she burned your house down. It's only fair.
Meanwhile, cut to Ipswich as a certain assassins now sharing all the wealth he looted with a whole orphanage full of tiefling children.
Aww.
There's a very angry cat lady there.
Yep.
Ha! I won up your hotel scheme! Ha ha!
Who rounded up all the kids, asshole?
Fair enough.
Fun times. I don't want to bore anyone with doom and gloom.
Vera kind of reaches out. She's like half asleep at this point, and she reaches out and pats his knee. Blaming children for the circumstances they were born in is stupid.
Oh, I don't blame myself. As far as I'm concerned, I did exactly what a paladin's supposed to do. I killed a monster. But not everyone deserved what happened. Part of that was, well, I suppose I could show you. Starts unbuttoning a little bit of the overcoat, and you start seeing a bunch of really crazy runes, but they all look very half-finished. And as he goes down, his ribs are exposed.
Hmm.
And
So-
it looks like there is literal fire inside of them, kind of pouring out like a steam furnace. Now it's exposed to the open air. You betray a devil's cause, you pay the price, they say. I burn a little hotter than most. They call me Oathbreaker in that regard. I wasn't quite finished with my initiation rites when I received the news. I think they were running a little bit late. If I'd actually been fully committed, I wouldn't have been able to go against the Order's wishes. Probably intended to turn me into a weapon in that regard, looking back on it.
Oh.
Funny enough, though, there's not much in the holy texts of Alistair back in the day that actually talked about him really interacting with that order. I honestly think they were just generic devil worshippers, but no matter.
They're like cockroaches, those devil worshippers.
They very much can be. Okay, so travel continues on throughout the morning, starting to approach afternoon, the sun at its peak, starting to get a little bit hotter. Dax will burn another create food and water to give everyone a lunch.
Aw.
Oh,
So I don't have to burn our rations? Aw.
Not for this. Enjoy. Can't promise as to the taste, but might as well. Today's going to be eventless after all.
Vera thanks him.
Everyone looks at hard looks at the camera.
Vera
totally
looks
not
directly at the
not
DM.
Jesus.
The DM rolls his eyes and whistles.
Every once in a while, out of nowhere, Vera's eyes will sharpen out of their foggy look, and she is looking at the DM.
I see that's bullshit.
I imagine that happened with Habunaga.
Exactly.
Oh, definitely.
she's averse to puns.
No, Vera thinks puns are funny. Because she doesn't see them coming.
Nice.
No one ever can.
Unmutable law.
All right. You travel on. The desert is largely featureless, but as you move forward further and further southeast, it starts to turn slightly more into patchy plains, kind of scrub brush. Start seeing a few more cactuses, a few more spiny plants. Starts looking a little bit more and more like the overworld of Red
80
Dead
giant
Redemption.
rocks.
There are a few giant rocks here and there.
Oh, the
few of them-
pioneers used to ride those bad boys all over Hackery.
That they did.
know about that to check on
Uh,
if it's true or not, but it sounds fake as fuck.
Oh,
that
no.
was on your head?
Druids would ride on those rocks like they were horses. It's actually a true fact.
So far, I knew those bad boys for miles.
But then again, I've seen weirder.
The druid
I'm sure
actually
you-
looks confused.
I'm sure you have.
Fought a
Most-
giant octopus once. That was a fun time.
Oh, really? Tell us about that. I'm not being
Yeah.
sarcastic. I apologize if I sound as. It's kind of hard for me not to sound that way.
No,
A
it's
resting sarcasm voice.
But no, just when I was starting out on my journeys, leaving from home, down in my small little town beneath the waves, I was making my way to shore, and you ever done something stupid accidentally, and you know it's not on purpose, but you can't make that person happy, and then you get pissed off because they're pissed off? I ran into their nest, and I accidentally crushed on my legs due to a swell, and I had to deal with an angry giant octopus. Got its beak right here, and she like reaches into like her little sack and pulls out. It's got to be like looks like almost a parrot's beak, about like the size. I don't want to say a cat, but almost a cat. Yeah,
Jesus.
just casually like looking at her, sounds like yeah, and I won, and she didn't.
Respect.
Raised eyebrow and hell yeah.
That's actually a fun topic for conversation. Like trophies. Let me see here. Dax kind of reaches down into a bag of holding, and he's got at his side. Let me see. What's the best thing I've got here?
Tuft is eyeing the objects being pulled out.
Let's see. That was. Oh. Let me see. No, not that. If anyone else wants to go ahead, I am 106 years old, and I've been a bounty hunter for a lot of that. You'll have to forgive me if I have to remember a few things all over again.
Would we have access to bags of holding?
Yeah, it's adventurers. Those are pretty. They're not super common, but
Just checking. Grignac slowly reaches down, takes off a bag, from his satchel pouch or anything. He thumps the side of it and just explodes into wanted posters that are all crossed out. It's like
Thanks.
easily almost 80 to 100.
now that's impressive. Good record. How long have you been doing this?
A couple of years. How must have been now? 10, 8? Lose track of time in the desert.
That's a good track record for that amount of time.
Like I said, idiots think they're safe in large crowds. And I draw crowds.
That tactic doesn't work quite as well for me, but I can definitely see the appeal of that.
Does it kind of like snap of his fingers and kind of just ushers the papers back in?
Impressive. How about you? Anyone else?
I'm not much one for keeping.
I like to keep my trophies. I prefer the gold that comes from them.
Understandable. Now then, let me see. Here we are. He pulls out a really ornate-looking scimitar.
Ooh.
I don't use it. It's cursed with the spirit of what I killed.
Those are
Know what a
tricky.
know what a Rakshasa is?
Would we?
You
I
would
would.
probably. You would have heard of
Yeah.
very powerful fiends shaped.
Ooh.
Ooh, you're cutting in and out a little bit.
Sorry. Let me see here.
Hello?
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 I think he just bounced to reset the connection.
There we
Probably.
go. Okay.
There he
That's
is.
Hello.
All right. Cool. So yeah, I would say I would say that Nari would know just offhand, but if anybody else wants to, they can roll a knowledge arcana to determine
Well,
if they know what a Rakshasa is.
would the wizard
Alright.
know?
I'd say you would know. Yeah, thinking about it.
Awesome. +3 Arcana. Let's see what you do.
I got an 8.
An 8. Okay. Yeah. No. That's a new name to you, Tuft. You've heard the word before, Gorignac, but don't really have a face to the name.
Very
Rakshasas.
They're basically four-armed tiger demons of sorts.
Hmm.
In a fashion. The shape changes, very hard to find. Found one of them that was working as a crime boss in Epton at one point. This was like
Oh.
50 years ago.
They enjoy taking human form to be close to human
Yes,
settlements.
so they can eat human flesh.
Mm-hmm.
Happens to be their favorite meal. Humans in particular.
Yeah, they have to be
Humans
alive.
don't taste that good.
Apparently,
So-
it has to be alive when they eat it, or it does not taste correct.
Yes, they prefer them screaming. Which
Ah,
made it... Fortunately, he wasn't aware I'd gotten the drop on him. Somehow. No idea. Burst in, fought for a little bit, then he ran away, all the way to Madria. That's when I went there. It was fun, actually, hunting him down. He legitimately did not see me coming, but I had hurt him so badly in that first fight that he just saw me coming off the boat and took off running. Oh, he was a coward in the end. Hell of a fight, though. Let's see.
It's always the runners that fight the hardest.
Yes, I did corner him in the end. Oh, now this one's fun. He pulls out a big iron, like solid iron fist. Just puts it down there. Like, broke into an old wizard's lair once with some old friends back in the day. It's from and as he starts talking, the cart suddenly comes to a very abrupt stop.
Hmm.
It's like, what's going on? It's like, I can sense something up ahead, something strange. Not sure what. Probably. It's too far away for me to get a clear look. Anyone mind checking that out? We're about to enter into a canyon pass. Ripe ambush material.
No problem.
Arcane
Sure.
eye. Nice.
Oh.
Okay. I can look in any direction. You can move it up to 30 feet. So do you move it down the canyon pass?
Yep.
High up in the air?
Yes.
All right. All right, we're going to go to the map then.
Lovely.
This is normally what she's hired for.
Mm-hmm. You guys are a little further away at this point. That's just where I had you put down.
Gotcha.
Move all y'all back here. All right, you see down this canyon pass hiding behind a little alcove. There's about a 12-foot tall, red-skinned, held by all standards and definitions, there's a devil there talking among the others of its kin that are smaller and clearly being bossed around very brutally by it. The tall devil with a very shrunken in, almost insect-like face, large teeth that stick out in multiple directions and two horns, and it's holding a flaming spear, which it has kind of tucked behind its shoulders, standing on massive goat legs.
Okay, for as flavor text, as she casts Arcane Eye, one of her eyes actually goes milky white, and the blue sphere that she uses as the Arcane Eye is just like she's using her own eye.
Oh, lovely.
Christ.
That's a mood.
What do you see?
Well, she describes it exactly as you described it, and he looks kind of like an asshole, if you would like to ask me my opinion.
Oh, definitely a devil then. Wonderful. Dax just kind of stands up. It's like, hold on. Like, you want us to handle it? It's like, I'd prefer not having to be waylaid if we're going to make our way to that temple in time. But, sure, if you feel that's best. They look like they're probably an ambush business. That's going to be fun.
So
Funny
we
thing-
had to drop on them instead.
Funny thing about ambushes, they never expect being ambushed.
Because
Well-
I've got something fun I could do. If they're all in the group.
Well, we've got a little bit before we get up to the pass where they're located.
There seem to be two on the rocks above them, and two in front
Yes.
of the Red Devil here.
The two up on the rocks have wings.
Ooh.
None of them are really looking around.
I do not know what they are, but they are purple and they have wings.
Wow.
Hmm.
Speaking
I'll
from
roll.
experience, you take the wings first.
I'll roll for Dax with advantage, given his infernal background. Okay, that is intelligence, say 17. Just sound like spine devils. Are they holding spears?
They appear to be holding spears, yes.
Definitely spine devils. Not terribly strong, but annoying. And probably more of them hiding somewhere around in the rocks. It's on the ground. I don't know about the big one, though, based on your description. That could be a number of things. Well, either way, we have the drop on them. Probably could make quick work of them if we're smart.
Well, I can get up to the winged ones, make a little bit of noise and a little bit of flash.
So, are they like near like some rocks? Like, are the rocks like above them since they're in an alcove? Is it possible to do a thing to cause it to collapse in on them? Maybe.
Those are somewhat high canyon walls. The two spine devils are perched up on top of them, probably a good 40 feet up in the air. The others are down there on the ground. The rocks look pretty sturdy, so, I mean,
Would it if so? There are like individual big rocks.
no, it's a pretty solid canyon wall. Just a little alcove, kind of a little natural recess in it.
Because if there's any huge objects, I could have done something fun.
Nope, no super big boulders within reach that you could get to without them seeing you. You'd have to climb up there to be able to reach a lot of things, too.
Too
Well, we either advance forward and deal with this head on, or we go around and deal with it stealthily. I'm good either way, personally. Wouldn't be the first devil I've dealt with. They tend to make it personal and come after me as soon as they see me.
Well, I could pop an elemental right into the middle of their group.
Just ride by during the chaos.
Mm-hmm.
And I could well, they're probably devils, so they probably have a advantage to resist magic, from what I've heard.
Devils tend to be very good at that, yes. They hit hard, and magic is tricky with them, if you use the wrong kind. All else fails, I'll take the big one. Looks over there, you can back me up on that, I assume.
I have a way to get you directly into their group.
Good to know.
If somebody is willing to do it.
Let's see what our options are first. They seem pretty busy squabbling among themselves. Yes, preferably further away from the wagon if at all possible. I don't want anything to happen.
Vera has Dimension Door. She is thinking of dropping somebody directly into their group by opening it up about 20 feet above them.
Dimension Door as well. I can pop up and just slap the winged people before they become an issue.
Well, I could transform.
That's not a bad idea, but how's about we sweeten the pot? Alright, I have an idea. I will walk forward, act all unassuming and tough and one-dimensional. Devils respond real good to that.
Of course they do.
Distract them so they don't notice your particular shenaniganry.
It's not a bad idea.
Alright. What are you going to transform into and where are you dropping?
Take your pick. I could do a Diaraiju, a demonic fox, or what I like to call, what my people call a Bulgasari.
Hey, if you're looking for some company, I can join you.
Although, one of those is much bigger than the others.
That's a fairly tight alcove. I'd probably stick with something fast.
Then the Diaraiju and the fox demon it would be.
The Raiju sounds like the more fun option, if you ask me.
I agree.
How about our druid friend?
What can you turn into?
I got a couple of things. We need some wings. I got some of those. We need something that could
All
a
right.
little out of tune for this particular weather, but I got a nice big one to throw at him.
Something to help crowd control the flyers might not be a bad idea. But honestly, just about anything could work. Dropping two big creatures down right on top of them could easily work pretty well. Although,
Although,
let's be
let me be
clear.
warned, if I do the Diaraiju, there's going to be kind of a electrical explosion that goes along with it.
You'll be far enough away to where I don't think we'll be that bothered by that.
One could say it's a 38 damage.
Oh my. That is a
I mean-
lot of damage.
As long as you come down before I do, I'll be fine.
Well, let's make sure about this. You're intending to dimension door one of you above, and looks over at Gorignac. You are going to go up onto the cliffside to go after them.
Yep.
Not a bad idea. All right. How's about? All right. Looks over at Ari. You and me, we're the front line. We're the distraction.
I
And you pick among yourselves who's going with whom. One drops behind the group, one drops up on the cliff tops and goes after them. Keep the flyers busy. They'll be the biggest distraction here, constantly trying to pick us apart. Ideal goal, looks over at Ari. We both get on either side of the big one, and we don't give him a chance to. We don't give him a moment to breathe. Devils hit hard.
I'll go from behind then.
Good call. All right. So we all clear?
Mm. Uh, 1 second, please. There you go. Just in case we need to communicate without using our mouths.
Good call.
Ah, that's
Interesting.
helpful. I ain't exactly the most talkative when I am in my true form.
It's like clever. Yes, that'll help immensely. Though I will warn you, a lot of devils can use telepathy too. Once they become aware of us, expect that to enter into your own head as well. You might be hearing a lot of voices. Try to hold your concentration.
It's almost like I hear that on a daily basis. She says
I
as
doubt
she
you.
looks at him in an incredibly sarcastic way.
Like, I'm being serious when I say this, but devil voices aren't quite the same as mortals. Somewhat more, scraping. Feels like fingernails going across the surface of your brain.
Oh, her eyes sharpen again as she looks at him. I've heard it before, and I'll hear it again.
Fair enough, then. All right, if we're clear, let's go.
Alrighty, so now I'm gonna drop here behind the.
All right.
Behind him.
The
Where
first
would
thing
you-
was, yeah, you can pick amongst yourselves. Dax and Ari were going to go forward as a distraction.
Mhm. Where would
Yeah, I was gonna land.
where would you like to drop their tuft?
Well, since Nari's going behind him, I'm going to go in front of him.
Okay. You will be landing right between two other people.
Well,
Okay.
let's see where they move, since they're gonna move when they see the distraction,
Yeah.
True.
so we can better position once we see how they're moving.
Basically, the two strong folk are going forward. They will set up and direct all eyes towards them. You drop down behind them and blitzkrieg them.
Here, me.
Gorignac was going to dimension door up to the cliff, so that's where Tuft would be. Dimension door.
There's where I'm going.
So
You're
Nora
going
can
up
see
there.
it.
Oh, thank
Yep.
you.
This is what
Yep.
it looks like right now.
Okay.
Gorignac's going to drop up onto the cliff there, up to the Spine Devil on the top side, right next to that. So if you're going with him, that's where you'll get dropped, because that's how Dimension Door works. You can deal with that up there, transform it however you wish, and then head down and join the big brawl at the big one. If it is up to you, though.
Wings or bacon?
Up to you.
Not a lot of space here.
It is a
Good
bit
point.
narrow.
Alrighty.
All right. With me. I think Dax just walks right by the pass and just in Infernal, this loud booming voice just starts shouting out, trying to sound as intimidating as possible. Like Dax just turns, looking just rough, kind of just setting his chin forward a little bit. Just starts talking back in Infernal at the two of them. If anyone knows the language, it's a pretty bog standard. It's like you have to pay the toll to pass. Lots of pretty bog standard bandit talk. The other devils laughing and giggling manically.
If you want to hit the morsel, you have to pay the toll troll.
Stop.
I'm not
control.
no, I'm not interested in going down the Georgia. All right, so the two of them both standing there looking tough. Dax draws out his sword. He's like, just like this. The devil just starts laughing and guffawing, pulling out his own spear, which is taller than Dax is, and it bursts into
Jeez.
flames to match Dax's own sword, which is doing a similar effect. Just kind of in a amateur
no.
sort of way.
Oh no, the cock jousting. Oh, no.
I guess Air's going to pull out her new, not investigated at all, funky looking trident, and she screams at him in Primordial, mostly because, you know, she can't participate in this conversation, but damn it, she's going to steal some attention.
It does catch their attention a little bit, and they'll just kind of look among each other like, wow, get a load of this one.
She's like,
And
damn it, I
they
don't
are-
know what's going on, but fuck you and fuck your mother.
I already don't like you. All right, so you are now with them appropriately and properly distracted. We may begin by rolling initiative.
Alrighty.
Alrighty.
Okay, so how do I do that?
Don't get a
Select-
surprise round since we're doing
Okay.
This is a surprise round, yes.
Select your token, and it should have like a bunch of circles pop up. Then once you have that, you go to your core, and then at the top it should have armor class and
the
initiative.
story. Damn.
Nice.
Good fucking job, Vara.
Of
Dax
course.
rolled,
What'd you do?
Dax rolled a 12.
Very happy
I
for the
got-
surprise round, by the way.
So, I go where?
You go to your character sheet.
Okay. Oh, do I just click on character sheet?
Yeah.
And then,
Initiative is between armor class and speed. Above your health.
yes. It just says 3.
Yep.
Just
Select
click
your
on
token and hit initiative. That's all you need to do.
The devil rolled a 17. But
I
that
rolled
won't
a
matter for
13.
this. 13, nice.
What is my initiative?
Should be your dex mod.
Okay, so 17.
17, nice. I'll add a turn for you real quick.
Here's the token. What am I doing wrong? Jesus fucking Christ. What am I doing? What am I not getting?
You just hit initiative. That's all you do.
Not working? If not, just
Okay.
roll a d20
Don't.
and
Okay.
add your
I think I know what you're doing. Don't click on the number. Click on the word initiative.
There we go.
Okay, there we go. There's my initiative.
I'm actually not seeing anything showing up.
Yeah,
I'm
Sam.
not seeing it. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. What'd you get?
It says 23, and it says I'm on the bottom of the turn order.
There you are. Oh, it just took a
Okay.
second to show. Oh, and that
Shit.
20. Wow.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
So that's eating all the luck.
First one we've gotten. All right, let's roll for the minions.
Actually, I rolled that 20 with nature earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That is a 9 plus a few couple of things.
Oh, it's the
9
first
plus
battle,
3.
not 20.
Yep. Okay, so 13 there. And. Oh, wow. Nat 1 from the spined devils. Plus their stuff, so that's a 3. All right, it is the surprise round. Dimension door activates, and you all drop down into your respective places. You may move your tokens, and I will replace appropriately.
All right, I deleted
So-
Nari, so put down.
I'm able. There we go. All right.
And yes, audience, that is indeed a Zenogre.
Yes, it is.
And Tuft would be with Grignac.
I will move Tuft over there. All right, Tuft, what are you changing into?
I am turning into a Hypnocatrice, burning both of my wild shape pieces.
All right, burning both wild shapes. I do not have a token for that, so I will just leave it as yours for now.
How is that burning both of them?
It's a CR4.
Oh, gotcha.
House roll, yeah. All right, I will just use Hypnocatrice's stats, and we'll just use your token for a moment. I
Okay.
can make one real quick, but
I
okay.
can't move my Zenogre. So
I made it where you should be able to control it.
I'm
Hold on.
clicking on it, and nothing's happening.
Give me just a second. Oh, wait, no, I know what happened. Hold on. Put it down from the wrong thing. Delete that. Achoo.
Still can't click it. Oh, but that's time mode. There we go. I was
Yep.
gonna go, I think, right on one of the smaller ones, since these two are gonna be double teaming this fox.
All right.
On
All
the
right.
Fine Devil.
As
But this guy is still in. These both are still in range for what's about to happen, though.
yeah, it's about a 40-foot drop down to the bigger devils.
So yeah, I'm gonna. And I'm going to do the charge.
Okay then.
Which I'm going to post in Roll20 to show what that does.
Please do. I have a lot of bestiaries I have to flip through if I'm going to be keeping up with all the monster stats.
I think all of these guys have to make a strength saving throw now.
10-foot radius around it. Yeah, it's just 10 feet, so the only one actually would be the winged devil. As I said, there's about a 40-foot drop down to the big one. So it's just the other one. But still, that's a lot. Strength saving throw for a spine devil. That's not a lot. Yeah, they have a flat strength of 10. Let's see what happens. Yeah, that's an 8. So that's 11d6.
That's 39 points of damage.
Nice.
And he is knocked all the way, knocked back 10 feet, which means he sends all the way to the ground.
Yeah, I mean, not that it would really matter. He's dead instantly from that blast. Yeah, just all of a sudden, these massive voids just open up right above both of the cliff tops. Two little fellas, about 4 and 3.5 feet tall, respectively, come out, and the spine devil just kind of looks over at them and It's like, how did you get there? And meanwhile, on the other cliff side, this giant lightning wolf thing just emerges and creates a lightning blast in all directions outward,
Jeez.
and just pretty much vaporizes this devil instantly.
Holy
So
shit.
he dead. So he dead. All right, so
Indeed.
With that out of the way, next turn on the surprise round is. Yep, it's Airy. So, Gray.
Awesome. I'm a little more straightforward than most folks. She's just gonna run forward to about here. Hello. And then I'm going to proc my rage, which I need to,
You
look at again.
rock that rage.
Of course, because raging is fun. That's half the point of the class. And I'm going to, with two hands, not one-handed, because I have versatile, I'm pretty much just going to try and shove a trident through this demon just to see how far I get.
All right, roll the hit.
Okay. Just reading over everything again. Okay, so first I have to do the roll for hits. That's...
You're using the new one?
No, I'm using the old one.
Gotcha.
So would that
Using
just be...
Your tried and true trident. Okay.
What
Just
do I
wanted to
click?
specify. If you have that as your weapon. Yep. Let me see here. That hits if you're going for the Barb Devil.
Yes, the one right in front of me.
Now just click on the
Awesome.
word trident there on the screen, and it should show you
In the chat.
in the chat. Yes.
Yeah. So, rolling 1d20 plus 5 plus 4s. Apparently I rolled low on that.
It still hit.
But yeah, I still hit. So I need to roll damage, right?
You
Yep.
just click on your trident.
Yeah,
on
click
on the
the
word.
chat.
Go to the chat tab and just click on the word trident. It'll roll the damage. Oh, no. It's not in your character sheet. It's
in the
Oh,
chat
right.
where you rolled to hit.
Oh,
Yep. Just one.
just
That didn't proc though, since that's a 1d8 plus 5 strength.
Yeah, that's. Hold on. Huh. Think.
That's
That's
not
weird.
right at all.
Hold on. 1d8 plus 5. I'll just roll it real quick. That's fine. Three plus 5 is 8.
Plus 2 from
So-
rage.
Plus 2 from rage. So 10 points of damage to the Barb Devil.
cool. And then I get to go again because I'm a high enough level of a barbarian with the feral instinct. No, not feral instinct. Extra attack. So I'm just literally gonna roll it again
Yep.
and see if he dies.
That definitely hits. 23.
And then it's a roll 1d8.
Yep.
D8 plus 5 plus 2 because of the rage, right?
Yep.
Cool.
Okay.
Damn.
Just
Roll
8
the one.
damage. Still. That's 18 damage overall to this bad boy. Not bad at
Oof.
all. Now, let me see here. Yep, nope, he doesn't have anything he can do against that. So, yeah, you managed to get a couple meaty hits in on this boy. Yeah, the Barbed Devil here is not expecting the merfolk, who's probably still just screaming incoherently and bizarre insults in a language it doesn't know. That's usually something that they do. You're kind of outcompeting him as you run forward and just stab him a couple times with the pointy end of your trident. All right. That's your turn. It is now Tuft's turn.
And I think that's the end of my turn. So
As a
Alrighty.
Hypnocatress. Let me see what we got.
Oh, Kitty, Kitty, no! Kitty, no! Your timing is terrible. Okay,
Kitty,
when
yes.
when the way she shapeshifts is she takes both hands and starts snapping both of her fingers as she's consumed in this green glow.
Very
and is suddenly a
nice.
big old bird.
Very nice. I love it.
And she's going to use her multi-attack, which is a 3 attack
Yeah,
with
Hypnocatress
its
is
2
pretty hard.
talons. 2 talons and 1 peck. Stop. Shit. Oh.
Attack cat.
All right. Yep, I've got the stats right here. Yep, those are roll a d20 plus 5 for both of
D20.
those.
Alrighty. Just 1d20? Or 1 for each?
Yeah, one for each.
Okay.
One for each attack.
Okay, 17, 19, 15, plus 5, so...
All three of those hit. Spine devils are not particularly meaty, especially when you
Alright.
catch them by surprise. So for damage, that's 2d6 for the plus 3 for the talons and 2d8 plus 3 for the peck.
Jeez.
So roll 4d6 and 2d8.
Okay, the 4d6 is altogether 17.
Mm-hmm. Plus 6 is
And-
23.
And how much for the peck?
2d8 plus 3.
2d8 10.
All right, excellent. Not that it really mattered all that much. You killed him just with the first blow. So yeah, the winged spine devil just turns around and just gets kicked in the face by this giant, kind of weird-looking beaked bird with really vivid, bright green feathers. You just kick it so hard that you pretty much snap its spine, and it just goes flying
God.
down to the ground, and it's dead.
Jesus Christ.
And she's gonna do, a Monster Hunter roar in the sky in victory.
Like, yeah, this definitely catches the big boy's attention.
Oops.
And he dead. Bleh.
Yay.
All right. Well, it took care of that problem. And now it is skipping the devil's turn. It is now Dax's turn. Okay, let me see here. Reading up on this spell he's got. Dax is just having a smolder off with this large devil, the two of them just making eye contact and both emanating heat. Okay, Dax is going to cast Compelled Duel.
Huh?
You attempt to compel a creature into a duel. Let's see, Wisdom save on the part of the Lancer Devil. Let me see where his stats are here. I have to dig up a couple of things. Devils. Okay, there it is. There's the page. Just making sure I get his score right. Oh, pretty decent wisdom. Let's see what happens. He has to make a wisdom saving throw, and he passes with flying colors. Dax attempts to beckon to him in a "come at me, bro," and infernal, and it doesn't work. He just laughs and just kind of twirls his spear in a big flourishing display. At the end of the day, it still worked. But that's just a bonus action. As an action, Dax is going... Yeah, he's going to play it nice and simple. He's going to run right up to the big one. Take a swing with his new flame tongue longsword, which he has activated. Before the fight started, that, let me see, it's a 16 on the die plus all his own shit. That definitely hits the Lancer Devil, which deals, nice. Okay. That is a D8. That's 10 slashing damage from the longsword, and then the sword bursts out, but it's not fire in the same sense as before. It's actually kind of more of a light show kind of thing. It appears to be doing radiant damage now.
Oh.
And it does. That's more like it. So that's 10 plus.
Be right back.
Okay, yeah. Dax does a grand total of 20 points of damage to the big guy, as he manages to get one really good slash in. And as a paladin, he's going to roll to hit one more time, which he hits once again. Nice. This guy's AC is not low, so that's actually kind of impressive. So that's 7 plus... Oof, does 21 damage that time, so that's Jesus, that
Ow.
puts 41 damage in one round to this big guy. So he manages to get a couple really good cuts in. And now, with Dax's turn done, we are at Vera's turn.
Okay. Well, she's going to wander up a little closer. And
Just casually walking.
she's gonna look at the big devil and she's gonna do this at 5th fucking level.
His wisdom, as I said, is...
I know, but he'll
Okay.
still take half damage no matter what he does.
That's still 28 damage. That's not bad at all.
What did she do?
Mind
She
spike.
cast Mind Spike at 5th level.
Ow.
Plus... Hey, he failed.
Holy shit!
Not by... He was close, but he failed.
He's not
He rolled a
expecting little
6 on the
Violet to
die.
do that.
Alright, you reach the mind of one creature. Wisdom saving throw, 3d8, half devil. Man, nice. Always know the location. Yeah, you officially know where that thing is now. You know it. Suddenly, it's got the one with the creepy, kind of deadpan voice in its head.
What's up, bitch?
It's like, no, that's impossible.
She, by the way, she came to this town 2 weeks ago after the devil shit. She might have been cleaning up devils on the way over here.
Oh my.
That might have
what
been what
happened?
she was hired to do.
Like, that's impossible, you hear the devil say.
So what happened?
I mind spiked
spike
the
it.
demon.
Yeah, hit the big one. Really good. He actually failed to save. Alright, is that all you're doing?
I think that's all I can do. I only have one action as a wizard.
Yep. Alright, good. Gorignac, it's your turn.
Okay,
The
could I?
wing devils are both gone, but you can definitely still reach the others.
Okay, so I can climb down and smack the devil in the back without like injuring
Yeah.
myself. Okay,
You
cool.
could, I'll say, roll athletics to see how quickly you can climb down. If you get roll high enough, I'll say that it won't take your action; it'll be a bonus action.
Okay.
Yeah, you get down absolutely fine. In fact, you just kind of hop down, kind of jumping between rocks using your natural goblin sprightliness.
Ready? Pop up behind this guy and it's like a bite your Achilles tendon.
Oh, fun threat. Okay, roll +2 since you're flanking.
No.
13. 13 does not hit, unfortunately. He just, as you come down to swing, your armor kind of clanking a little bit as you land. You go into swing, and he just reaches out and parries it away with this very long halberd that is burning currently.
Since that used my bonus action, I can't do anything like inspire. And I didn't hit, so I can't do anything else. So that's it.
All right. Shame, even with flanking, that wasn't quite enough.
No,
All
I
right, we
rolled
are-
ass.
Yeah, we are back up the round. So I will hold on. Let me just add that diorite into the turn order so I don't forget it in future rounds. You had a 26. Okay. Choo-choo. Okay, it is Nari's turn.
I just got a really good idea.
Oh boy.
I hope my turn comes
Hang on.
back around before you kill all these things.
I'm
So
looking
I'm going to
forward
move
to
to
it.
this spine devil.
All right. Just
So
kind
I'll
of
probably
prancing
crawl
down,
down
the rock.
the.
Yeah, you just kind of, I could just say you could just leap down the rocks without a problem. I mean, you know what you are.
Uh huh.
You're just going to leap down at the big guy, or you're going after the barb devil? Going after the
Yeah.
barb?
Do I get flanking on the barbed?
If you come at it directly from behind, yeah.
Because I also want my lightning aura to hit both of these fucks too.
Gotcha. Okay. You would not get flanking in that case, but you'd still...
Alright, so they both take 2d6 lightning damage just by my presence. I
Okay.
think that's. Might be 1d6. Let me go check.
Yes, double check that.
Troll of Zinogre. There we go. 2d6.
2d6. Okay. Let's see what happens here.
2d6, 7 lightning damage to both these guys.
All right, noted. The Barb Devil, neither of them seem particularly bothered by it. It's just kind of a static little. But they are feeling that pain. So what do you do?
Multi attack. 2 claw attacks, which is a +9 to hit.
Mhm.
Which I think that is how much my war fans actually use to hit. So I'm just going to use that for see if I
Okay.
hit or not. That's 2.
All right. Which one are you attacking?
Barb Devil.
The Barb Devil?
Jeez.
Yep. Both of those absolutely hit.
These
on.
things do not know
I
what
have to
they're
go to
from.
Chrome because that's the only way the Monster Hunter bestiary works.
Yep.
And that's 3d8 plus 5
Jesus.
plus
Yeah.
1d6 lightning.
Yep. It's an ogre. All right. So roll that beautiful damage.
And that's plus 5. So that's
So,
10 plus a
Sheesh,
d6.
that is a low roll on that end. So yeah, that's 10 plus 3, 13 to the Barb Devil. All right. That's
And
one
another-
of your claw. That's one of your claw attacks. That's
No.
better. Jesus. It's 13 plus.
And I still get
Okay.
1 tail attack, depending what's left.
Yep.
Is it still standing?
It's still standing. These guys are actually fairly tanky.
You kidding?
Alrighty, so the tail, another plus
Oh.
9 to hit, but that's a 3d12. 13.
13. That falls just a little bit short. The 2 claw attacks knock it backwards so far that it actually manages to dodge. It does the Superman dive out of the way of the tail. Yeah, it got hit pretty hard by those 2 attacks for sure. They
Yep,
were not
that's my
expecting
turn.
this giant lightning dog to just suddenly drop down on top of them. That somehow manages to be more intimidating than they are. They don't like that. All right, Ari, it's your turn.
All right. So I'm not going to move from where I am, but I'm going to go and instead of one hand stabbing this fine devil, I'm gonna just
Two-handed.
I'm gonna do two-handed, which means my 1d8 is now a d10.
Very nice.
So I just click on the trident here.
That definitely hits.
Cool. And then it's roll 1d10 plus 5. I have my proficiency bonus, right?
Yep.
No?
You do.
Oh, I do. Cool. 5 plus 4. Plus. Do I add anything else? Nah, just
Yeah,
5
that's
plus
it.
4. Cool.
13. Not quite high enough to hit the Barb Devil. It manages to kind of deflect away with its large spiny arm. Just kind of catches the trident forks in between its spikes and twists it out of the way.
Cool. I pull back and I do it again because that's kind of my thing.
Do it.
Let's see. We do another trident.
That
Did it?
just hits.
Fair enough. And then I roll the one. I roll for damage, which would be the plus 1d10. That's the wrong thing. My apologies on my freshness with the system. I mostly theater of the mind in the past. Plus 5. That's 19 damage.
19. Not bad at all. Okay, yeah, that's a sizable stab. You got a little too cocky from that last one. Minus 19, keeping track here.
How much health does my yoga buddy have? Oh, yeah. Woo, yeah. No, he's in.
Yep, okay, nice. Okay, that's a good sizable hit there. Is that your turn?
I only get 2 attacks per turn. I really don't see much of a reason to back up because I'm, a melee character. So she tells him that an aboleth was prettier than he is to his face
Nice.
in primordial.
He has no idea what it means, but he knows he's being insulted.
Good.
All right, Tuft, it's your turn.
Alrighty.
You are currently up on the cliff top. You can get down there pretty easily to join in on all the melee.
Here's
Okay.
a picture of what we are doing right now. Where we are.
Yep, you can focus on the big one or go after one of the barbed devils.
Yes. Are they within like 30 feet of each other?
They're right next to each other.
Would I be able to hit them with a bubble that will not hit? Okay, 5 foot radius. Would that hit both of them and no one else?
Yeah, if you're
Cast it
standing
right
right
here.
there. Yeah, it is entirely
Uh,
possible for you to do that.
I'm gonna fly over there and spit a bubble of sleep gas.
All right, you're going to attempt to narc them. All right, so fleet gas. There's a location within 30 feet. Yeah, you could do that from that point in the cliff. Would land right in front of them. They have to make con saves. Oh boy. Devils have decent cons, but we'll see what happens. He failed that wisdom save before.
He sure did.
The Barbed Devil rolls. Now, the Barbed Devil passes,
Darn.
and the bigger Lancer Devil, whose con is Jesus. Okay.
That's
Oh,
not a
no.
good sign.
Is that what it is? A Lancer Devil?
Not officially, but that's what I'm calling it in this. I'll tell you the official stuff later.
Yeah.
I'll just say that it has a plus 12 to con saves.
Oh god.
So it technically can't fail unless it rolls a nat 1. And it rolled a 16 on the die. So yeah,
Darn.
the sleep gas unfortunately does nothing. They both just kind of... The Lancer Devil just twirls its big spear around and blows away the gas a little bit. The Barbed
Aw.
Devil laughs mockingly.
Ooh. Ooh.
For
It's all Barbed
description,
Devil.
since they are kind of a little bit far away for you to see clearly in the screenshots. Imagine basically like a taller, more bristly version of a gremlin,
Oh. Okay,
covered
well,
in really thick spikes and with a long tail, but their face-wise, they are very much gremlins. The Lancer Devil, on the other hand, is a more classical goat man with red skin, very pointed, narrow, vertical horns on his head.
Well, I'm gonna fly a little closer, not too much, but I'm gonna stay in the air, like above them.
All right, you are flying above them. Good to note. Gonna put you about right here then.
And then it turns over.
All right, which means it is now the Lancer Devil's turn. Now that he has appropriately been bamboozled and you guys have gotten the drop on him. Oh boy, he's got some pretty fun stuff here. Hmm. Oh man, he's got options.
Oh no.
We have a Zenogre here. And
Yeah,
Paladin. And
Yeah, but it's devils, and they also have usually have mind bending effects.
Ooh.
devils can do a lot of shit, and this one's a little more on the physically oriented side. Okay. Seeing that it is thoroughly surrounded and definitely not entirely happy about that, it teleports.
Ooh.
Do we get attacks of opportunity?
Nope.
Not
It
teleport.
is just, now a teleport. And it's going to appear right here, just away from the carnage and craziness. It's going to turn. It's going to see the wizard.
Ooh.
Recognizing the look and the feel of it, he's going to stride forward. devil spear just brandished and spinning, and he's gonna go for the wizard. All right,
Oh, that
Vera.
poor fool.
He'll regret it eventually, but we'll see how many good hits he gets in. He spins at you with his halberd, which is also on fire.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that is a 21 to hit you.
Yeah, that'll hit me even with my shield. So
Yep. Okay. That is. Okay. Gotta find the right dice for this. Digging these out. There's one.
D200. I didn't know I needed this dice.
Wow, a D10,000 roll. Who knew?
It's either a very big die or the numbers are super tiny.
Yep. Okay, that is 16 points of slashing damage. Plus 6 points of fire damage.
Oof.
As he manages to get a really good cut along the ground, kind of arcing into the sand because he has to swing so low, creating a spray of glass up in the air a little bit. Now he's gonna go for you again. That is, let's see, that's a 24 to hit you.
what did he roll?
He rolled a 13 on the die.
Okay.
So he's going at you again. It's 11 slashing and 14 fire. And his final attack.
Jesus.
Rolling in with that, and that one is just a 16.
Okay, that's going to be reflected by my shield.
Yep. So that bounces off. He manages to get two sizable fiery cuts, but the last one, you just managed to deflect it out of the way in time.
Well, he would hit me but it would bounce off my shield,
Mm-hmm.
which would appear in a glowing dome around me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. That finally fucking did something.
Just kind of snorts at you a little bit with that. And now it is the Barb Devil's turns. They lack that fancy teleportation humbo jumbo. So, what they are going to do... Okay. Both of the Barb Devils... Oh, that's fun. Okay. The Barb Devils... kind of extend out their hands and little fireballs appear in both of them. First one it's going to fling at Erithia, and that is going to be... Nah, that's just a 12. That's not going to hit you. And then it's going to throw it again, this time at the giant burb. I think a 16 hits a Hypnocatress. I believe it does. Monster Hunter stuff's used. Yeah, that does hit you.
Alrighty.
Okay, so it throws a fireball at you, doing 15 points of fire damage with that fireball.
Alrighty.
Pretty solid little hit there. Then the other one is going, and he is not going to throw the fireballs. He is going to... This is the one up to the north. The one down to the south that got Zenogred. That's not a bad idea, actually. Okay. It's going to try to grapple the Zenogre.
Okay, let me look up. Alright.
So that's going to be an athletics check to compete against his.
Alrighty, let's see my Zenogre's proficiencies. Okay, it has a +5 strength, so that's a...
That's a d20 plus 5.
Right.
Okay.
Did
What'd
you roll
you get?
that 20?
I actually did.
Then let's hope.
You gotta roll one yourself. Oh no. Okay. Yeah, no, this thing completely catches you by surprise and it just screams bloody murder and starts shambling and running towards you. Really jittery with little sparks of electricity, and it just
Ow!
yeets itself up in the air and lands on your back. And it's just going to start, which means you will take 1d10 of damage from this.
Oh, my 189 health.
Well, you take 10 damage
Oh,
as it just gives you the biggest, prickliest hug. It is
when you
determined to
polymorph,
ride
you have
this.
to roll a concentration check if you're the one being polymorphed.
Yes, you do have to roll con to see if you've hold the form or not.
And I have Warcaster, so I have advantage. So that's just a D20.
Yep. Oh, it's a D. Yeah, it's a D20. Above 10, it counts. You have advantage.
So just a con check. So just click on my Constitution.
It'd be a Constitution saving roll.
It's technically concentration, not Constitution. So just roll a flat D20 twice and take the higher roll. Okay,
I'll take
11. Thank God for you. You managed to hold concentration. That 5 would have made it break.
Yeah, because it has to be above a 10, right?
Yeah, that's how
Was-
concentration works.
That was a Constitution saving throw.
Nope, it's just a concentration check. It's just people use con for both interchangeably. Concentration is just a flat coin toss, basically.
Gotcha.
But also, since he attacked me, I think he takes 2d6 lightning damage.
That he would.
Ooh.
This is a very powerful form. All right, that is a 4. Okay, he takes an additional 4. Ow. He's getting zapped while doing this. It is kind of almost Team Rocket level antics at this point. All right, seeing the two devils just getting into all manner of shenanigans, Dax is just like, oh, for fuck's sake. So he looks over at Ari. It's all like, I think everyone else has got this. I'm going to go help out the wizard.
I'm fine.
Swearing in Primordial continues.
Dax is going to run. Because it is grappled, the only one of the barb devils can get a normal attack. The other gets an opportunity attack at disadvantage. Oh, that manages to hit Dax from the regular one. Swipes at him with his claws. It's just 1d6.
Dax, I'm totally fine, by the way.
I know you are, but in character, he wants to come and help because literally they could not be giving off a vibe of being able to handle it better. As they're whittling away at these two smaller mooks. Plus, he kind of wants a piece of the bigger devil himself,
That's
too. There's a
fine.
little bit of a pride thing. So, okay, so Dax takes 8
I hope he gets there to
damage.
hit it then.
Dax takes 8 damage from that. The other one makes an opportunity with disadvantage. 14 in the first one, 7. Okay, no, he misses. Okay, so...
I roll over on him when he tries to do that.
You can try that next turn, yeah. Okay, yeah, he can absolutely make it over. All right, Dax will run over, flaming sword drawn. Let's see, I want to check and see what his spells are. He's going... Oh, this could be fun.
Please do not kill the devil until I get my turn. It is going to be really funny.
Oh, I don't doubt it, and I doubt he can kill it in this turn. This thing has a surprising amount of health. Okay, he burned a 5th level spell slot already. Okay, that sounds fun. Okay, let me look this up, make sure I've got it right. Nah, not that one. That doesn't sound. Let me see here. That sounds fun. All right. Dax is going to attempt to cast Crown of Madness on this devil. burning a. You know what? Let's see here. Yeah. Wisdom save once again. Wisdom is decent, but a lot lower than a lot of its other saves, so we'll see what happens. No, it fails. Ha! Okay, Dax. Concentration. Yeah, it is charmed by Dax now.
Hmm.
A crown appears on top of its head, very metal, kind of Batman Who Laughs looking. Kind of appearing, just kind of digging into its head a little bit. The target must use its actions before moving on each of its turns to make a melee attack other than itself that you mentally choose. This thing is my bitch now.
Well, it's not going to exist very longer.
I'm looking forward to what you do, but still, you managed to get it to stop an offensive assault there.
Oh, it was going
All
to
right.
stop next turn anyway.
I don't doubt you. Alright, so that is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's all Dax can do at this point. He's just kind of impressed with himself. Just, didn't think that would actually work. Alright, Vera, it's your turn.
She just kind of stares up at the devil, and her eyes go sharp again and start to glow a little bit. She says, "Oh, that's where the luck went. Oh, this'll be funny." And she casts polymorph on it.
Oh no.
And she's using her portent roll to give it the nat 1.
Nice.
And she's turning it into a fish.
Oh. Okay, well, hold on one moment, because at the end of the day, polymorph, it does get advantage on spell-related saves, though, so it will get one roll.
It's a nat 1.
Yeah.
I'm giving it my nat 1 portent roll.
Well, the whole thing with that is polymorph is a spell that requires it to make a save, and it does have advantage on saving throws, so it has to roll again. That's kind of a weird rule in that regard. But, I mean, that's whatever roll it picks. You can't swap out to be the one, but that's a weird rule.
So whatever it rolls, it's going to get a nat 1.
True enough. Okay. Well, congratulations. It's a devilfish now. just kind of falls down to the ground, flopping around.
Well, when the fish dies, it's back in place.
Yeah. If the HP of the fish runs out, it's literally just going to come back to the way it was. But it does have the little crown on its head still. It's like, well.
It is suffocating to death at this moment, by the way, because it's a fish.
Out in the middle of the desert.
Jeez.
I think Dax just kind of picks it up and goes, well, I can't order it to attack anyone, but I can at least hit someone with it.
Whatever floats your boat.
Wow.
Beat a motherfucker with another motherfucker.
All right. If that's your turn.
Is Dax proficient in hitting with fish?
He's about to be.
And she's gonna take one of her bonus actions to drink a fucking potion.
Good call.
What you do is you then take the fish and you shove it down the gullet to one of these other devils.
No, he's going to stick one of their spines through it and roast it over his own fire.
Jesus.
All right, so Gorignac, it's now your turn.
Alright. We'll move up between these two happy fucks. Oh, there, technically. And I'm
All
gonna smack the one that our fishy friend is smacking.
Okay, the one to the north. Go for it.
Let's see here. Hey,
Definitely hits.
Damn.
there's a 14. Jesus. Yeah,
Nice.
that's max damage. And
Nice.
using Boom of Metal, I'm immediately casting Booming Blade on the fuck.
Oh, shit, okay.
Okay.
Ow.
Notice the 7 is the one that matters. The 16. Holy shit, that was at max on both die. Okay. The 16 only happens if he moves away.
Gotcha. He would not know that, but still. Okay, that's 21 points of damage. That is really good. That is a solid meaty hit on this guy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, the Spine Devils are both dead, so we can remove them from play. All right, it is now, we are back up the round to Nari. You just saw the larger devil get turned
Yeah,
into a
what do I
fish.
have to do to roll over on top of this guy since he's on my back?
I will
Athletics?
say athletics with advantage since he's literally just kind of riding on your back at this point, clinging onto you.
I'm gonna roll 2d20s plus 5.
Yep.
I'm glad reals and ogres aren't smart enough to
Okay,
roll over
whoops,
when you're
I
on
did
their
that
back.
wrong.
Yep. Okay, 23.
Nope, I did that one wrong. 19.
Yep, so 19. That's actually kind of fitting for the image you rolling over on top of it. All right, I will say that, yeah, I will roll a competing athletics check. Okay, that is... Yeah, no, he does not beat it. Okay, I would say that disengages, and you roll like a tail strikes damage, basically, for that. Since you're
Alright,
crushing him with a lot of blunt force weight.
Alright, that's 3d12 plus
God damn. All right, yeah, do
3d12
that.
plus 5 and another d and more lightning.
Yep.
Right, fuck.
Phew. Yeah. Okay, let me see. Don't think he's dead yet, but he's definitely not looking good.
And the d6 lightning.
Yeah, still standing. Still not looking particularly weak, but he definitely looks like he's taking some pretty meaty hits.
And since that technically counts as since I get multi-attack, which is a tail strike plus 2 claws, can I do 2 claws?
I'd say that since you technically broke out of your grapple and used your own weight, that would have counted as your action for this. Since he did roll a nat 20 last turn, he was really clinging on to you, so it did take a second to get him to come loose. So that'll be it for you for this turn, unless you need to move.
Boop. Then move a bit.
Sounds good.
Alrighty.
All right, that's your turn. It is now our Fishbarian.
Fishbarian's on a roll, per se.
Merbarian actually sounds better.
Barbarian does sound better. Air's just gonna go and do what Air does best, and we're doing the
Very good. That definitely hits.
awesome. Still two-handed, kind of like I'm thinking in like an upward swing down, like why won't you die, kind of a thing.
Yeah, these things, Barb Devils have a lot more HP than you think they do.
They always do. That's the thing with demons.
16, not bad at all. That is a good chunk of damage there.
And she goes in again because she gets it again.
So that's technically 18 damage, actually. Hold on. Yep, that hits as well.
Yeah, let's see.
Not bad. Okay, yeah, the one up at the top, he is not looking good. He has seen better days.
At this point, she's just screaming and like common, like why not common, primordial. Why won't you fucking die? I won't do anything else. I'll end my turn there.
All right, cool. Tough, it's your turn. The one right in front of you is definitely looking pretty down and beat.
Which one laughed at me?
I would say it is that one. The one up at the north that the sleep gas didn't work on. So yeah, it would be that one.
She's going to glare at it and just use her multi-attack on it.
All right, you just leap down with your big, powerful bird legs. Come right at this thing.
Land feet first.
All
So-
right, you were roll to hit. So you have 3 attacks, 2 with the talons and 1 with the peck. So roll 2d6 twice. We'll see if that's enough to put it down. This thing, as I said, it is not looking very good.
2d6 is a 7.
7. Oh, actually, wait. No, you had to roll the hit first. My bad.
Oh.
I
So
got a little ahead of myself there. So yeah,
d20 3 times.
Yeah.
Also, since I'm now in range, this guy also takes 2d6 as well.
Oh yeah, that's right.
12, 11, and 16.
Okay. With this obnoxious stuff, 2 of those hit.
Okay.
Also, it was 2d6 earlier, so I forgot to roll another d6. Sorry.
That's all right.
So another 2 damage to this boy.
All right, cool. He's still standing, but definitely looks zappy. Okay, so yeah, 2 of those hit, 1 of the kicks, and the peck.
Alright. So
2d6 and then 2d8.
that's 7 plus 5. 12 for the 1 talon.
All right, 12. Oh, that's actually enough. Yeah. All right, you just for flavor's sake, as this thing is turning around, just getting stabbed over and over again by the trident from this really angry merfolk, it just turns around hoping to escape from this craziness of getting stabbed, only just to walk right into the foot of this giant bird, which grabs it, crunches the talons around the head, and just drives it down into the sand, kicking on it.
Oof.
Congratulations.
That's my turn.
All right.
You look very proud of herself.
Mm-hmm. Devils are not easy to take down. All right. Speaking of which, it's his turn. Hold on. I need to see what kind of stats a fish has. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Fish.
I don't know what kind of fish, just whatever fish is the most pathetic fish.
Yeah. Yeah, this definitely fits the bill. Poor bastard. Yep, it is this tiny little horned piranha, basically. Just flopping around on the ground with this little crown in its head. Like Dax just kind of looks at it and just goes, technically I'm supposed to be able to order it to attack someone, so just kind of slowly turns around at the other barb devil the other ones are dealing with. What the hell? Just eat. Rolling an athletics check to see if he can throw the piranha, which he mentally commands to attack his own subordinate. Oh, that's definitely a good enough athletics check right there. Okay. He throws the little piranha at his friend. And it's going to attack the barbed devil. I don't even know how this is going to turn out. They literally only have 1 hit point. Alright, it's going to roll the hit. It's going to bite. It misses. Oh, that's funny. It literally just... The barb devil's like, ew, gross, and just slaps it away, and it falls to the ground and just starts flopping in the middle of the desert. On the middle of hot sand. You can almost smell it beginning to fry.
Ooh.
Jeez.
That's all it can do. It's now the barb devil's turn. I am going to roll intelligence to see if it's smart enough to figure out that that's its boss. Okay, the barb devil's going to attack the piranha. Just kind of a, oh, that's disgusting. Yeah.
Oh, incredibly
Stabs
bad
at
luck.
it. So it has 1 hit point. So it stabs it, and it turns back into its normal form, just shooting an absolute murder glare at its cohort. But it's
Imagine
still
it steps on the piranha, but then when it turns back into the boss, since the sudden size change, it would throw him back,
a little bit, yeah.
doing damage, maybe.
No damage, but definitely some emotional damage on account of what happened. It's like, huh. It's like, I thought that's actually quite interesting. I think that would work. All right,
Oh, that shit was funny.
it was. Like, all right, better go deal with that. So Dax is going to make his way down, go after the big one again. It's got Crowd of Madness, so let me see here. No, nothing about the concentration or being attacked making that happen. Yeah, Dax can't do anything else. That technically took all of his turns to maintain that crown. So, Vera, it's your turn.
So, what does this one look like right here?
It's not looking great, but it's still got some fight in it for sure. It's not going to go down from just even the littlest old hit.
Okay.
And right now, everybody, and I mean everybody, is looking at it like it wants to beat it up.
No, let me see. So it's missing hit points, right?
Quite a few of them. It's taken a lot of Zenogre damage. Okay.
Which one? This one or this one?
This one.
Hitting him.
Oh,
Alright, 17. Not quite enough to put him down, but it definitely hurts.
I thought he only had 1 HP left.
Oh, that
No,
was
not
for
that
the
one.
when he was the
The
fish.
big one in his fish form only had 1 hit point
Ah,
before Polymorph dropped. Yeah, so that's a sizable little bit of damage there, but he is still standing. Definitely looking a little weaker after that as this just pawing sound and these spectral hands kind of grasp at it.
and just start feeling him up.
No, it's more measuring tape, like measuring out like the good cuts of meat are. Alright, Gorignac,
I'm a swing at the Spawn Devil.
that hits.
Nice. That is
7 slashing, okay.
is it on the die of 4? Okay. Gotta pay attention to that now because I can reroll. And then Booming Blade. Happy.
Okay, still standing. Boy, he is starting to look weaker now that everyone's focusing on him. Alright, top of the round.
Whoops, didn't want to do that.
Good thing, too.
Oh, and then that one. For what? Life.
Oh, when did Miss Tyro get here?
I can almost feel her with me now. Alright,
Alright.
22
That's,
definitely hits.
That is Claw, so that's 3d8 plus 5.
Yep.
$13 plus a d6. Still standing?
Okay. No, he's dead. I was about to say, if you kept trying to attack him, I would have done that Simpsons bit.
Stop.
So I just looked at him and just backhand him into the canyon wall to the side and move up. Or so I
Yep.
send him like over here.
Yeah, it basically just makes a cartoony barb devil shaped hole in the wall.
And then I move here, so I'm flanking the big boy.
Yes, you are.
That's a nat 20!
Oh.
Ooh!
Oh.
Okay.
My health after that one.
Yep. It'll be an awesome roll. Let's just roll your damage first.
Alright, so that's a 3d12. Alright, it's a 3d12 plus 5.
Yep. 25. Jeez.
Plus, let me get my. There's a d6 lightning damage to it, too, so.
Yep. Another 2, so 27 points as you just absolutely rake this thing across its back. It was distracted at the sight of its cohort getting pulverized. Now let's see what that awesome roll leads to. Hopefully something fun.
69. Oh, shit.
No, a better one.
Oh.
76.
Oh.
Okay, so
No, Town Howard, no!
oh yes.
No.
It appears.
76 happens. This is going to be so fun. Okay.
No, Town Howard, no! Town
As
Howard,
you
no,
strike
no,
it, it's like, there is nothing that can Yamate this.
Damn it.
no.
Oh, this is one of my favorite ones on this awesome roll chart. I'm just so happy right now. Okay, like, give me a moment.
Oh my fucking
Okay,
god.
so for the lance, at first it just got hit by something, but everything goes black. For a brief moment, it sees a bizarre face up in the sky where the sun should be. And you just hear this vague echo of, it just works, works, works. Then there's a mantra. It wakes up. It's in a cart.
Oh my fucking god.
It's manacled shut. It's trapped in Skyrim.
Hey, you're finally awake. You were trying to cross the border, right? Walk right into that Imperial ambush. Like us, and that thief over there.
Okay, so it eventually manages to return like moments later, but all fight out of it is gone and it is incapacitated. It had to go through the entirety of Skyrim and then be forced to beta test Fallout 76.
Jesus.
There's not an ounce of fight left in this shithead at all.
Oh, it's evil.
It's just waving a little.
Demon.
It's just faintly waving a little white flag as it reemerges back into reality.
Does it just fall into the fetal position? It starts
Yep.
sucking on his thumb.
It does. It is in the fetal position, and it is not okay. It looks like it needs a blanket and a cup of hot tea. Really, really bad.
Hopefully that fixes the echo, Nora.
Just tearing out. It goes, well,
I can't believe it, Toto.
should we offer it help? Question mark.
That's a very difficult question. He just kind of steps forward and just asks it in Infernal, what did you see? It's like, I saw reality broken.
Was fun,
Jesus.
wasn't it, asshole?
And cheaply reassembled by a hack who claims himself a god.
You witnessed odd Howard.
Like, yeah, no, this is absolutely legitimate. He's not going to be any threat to anyone else ever again. Dex just kind of takes off his coat and offers it to the devil, puts it around his shoulders. I can only imagine what you've been through. It's like, It was so railroaded. The Stormcloaks and the Imperials, they both were such assholes. Why would anyone choose either of them?
I feel like we're just hearing like nonsensical gibberish fall out of his mouth.
It's all an infernal, so only anyone who knows that
Oh.
tongue is getting it, but Dax is just nodding. He's weirdly being therapeutic.
So wait, did his alignment just change from chaotic evil to neutral good or something?
Its alignment is neutral defeated.
Jesus.
It endured going through Todd Howard's game library.
The other ones are going, oh, it's not that bad. It's actually pretty fun. Oh god, what happened?
Okay, so that should fix
This
that.
poor boy needs a name now.
It's just rocking back and forth now. Just good lord.
So,
Poor demon.
do we
Do we take
leave
it
it
with us,
here?
or do we leave it here? I'm not sure which is the right answer anymore.
Is there a
That used to be a psychopathic murderer.
I don't think it's capable of that anymore.
is
On
there
the
a
other
place we
hand,
can send it
I have a
to,
bit of a
or
murder rage still left within me.
See,
well, if you
It's
kill
kinda-
it, it'll just go back to where it came from. So
hold on. Dax just kind of cricks his neck for a moment. Like, do you want to go home? It's like, all right, give me a moment. I hate the fact that I have to do this. Dax makes a few incantations in Infernal and draws a shape on the ground, and it turns into a little portal. It's like, in you go. Don't come back and cause any trouble. It just cries and vanishes into the portal.
it just crawls away, and it just baby crawls into the portal.
Well, that was stupid. I can only imagine what he saw. He channeled the energy of some kind of chaotic god from the feel of it, or at least something attempting to be one.
So yeah, apologies about that. Sometimes yokai causes that kind of thing to happen.
I imagine so. Well, either way, that's a threat dealt with. You all can handle yourselves rather well. I'm impressed. So, Othniel, we're done. See, the cart just kind of rolls back into view. Just, oh, excellent, very good job. I saw the whole thing. I don't think anything deserves what that devil just went through.
If
Well,
none of you mind, I am going to take a fucking nap.
All right.
She is half dead.
See, yes, hold on. Dax is going to burn his healing points to get you back up to full.
Well, we're going to take a long rest, aren't we? Sure.
We are, but you never know if something else is going to rear its head.
Well, thank you very much. How
All
much
right,
do I get
with
back
that
from
combat
that?
encounter. All right, with that combat encounter, here's where we will take a break.
I think that was one of the weirdest fights I've ever been in, and I'm not even sure.
There he is.
How much would I get back from that, BB?
Gotcha. Okay.
Well, when you say you
Oh,
were going to
man.
take a break, guess you just...
God, I can't believe someone finally rolled a 76.
Skyrim
It took me a
76.
bit to realize the implication of 76.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not Howard Johnny. Okay.
The worst part is that he came back holding a cheap duffel bag.
Oh,
Is it got mold on it?
Yep.
No, that was the helmet. The duffel bag. It says it's canvas, but it's actually nylon.
Oh, so she has giant holes in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a
That's-
nylon.
I'm just imagining the devil's hucking out in the nearest lava pit as soon as he gets home.
Just shaking, rocking himself back and forth.
No, the demons take it to Olive there. It's like, dear God, man, what happened? Oh no, he's been odd-howarded. That's fleeing. We've been fleeing for him enough.
How much more, when will the violence end? If anybody needs to go get a drink or take a break or real quick, they may do
I'll go put
so.
up my dinner plate and I'll be back with a drink.
Yep.
Yep. Be back. Oh, kitty, get off me.
Hmm.
It happens.
It does.
That's good.
Yeah. Surprised you didn't test it out. Yeah. You technically all got a magical weapon or item waiting for you once you get back.
I bird up.
Bird up.
I had to borrow your birdness, Raven.
That's fine. Birdness is
good-
open to all.
The thing threw a fireball at me and just like barely ticked off my 105 HP.
Mm-hmm. I knew the second that a Zenogre was on the table, we were going to be absolutely powering through everything here. Oh my. Double standard.
I got some fun stuff up my polymorph sleeve.
It's a fun spell to use.
Mm-hmm.
About how long is this break gonna be?
Yeah, just until everyone gets back.
Okay.
Kay went off for a minute.
I apparently left my jacket at my sister's house, and I kind of need that.
Mm.
You live close by your sister?
Yeah, she's not that far away.
Oh,
If you need to run and grab it, we can wait.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Okay.
oof.
So excited.
Ah,
I'm so excited.
that poor demon.
Baz,
What?
are you excited?
Sure.
Oh,
Sorry, you're a little quiet. Or actually, a lot of quiet.
I'm a lot of quiet.
Yeah.
How about now?
You're loud.
I just talked a little louder. That's all I did.
Okay.
The only downside to that is that does the exact same thing on that does the exact same thing on a severity roll, except it's to you.
Oh no.
Baz, you should be excited.
I'm excited.
You should be excited. I asked you questions. You know what I'm going.
So how would
Peacock, I
that
guess.
impact us gameplay-wise?
You'll find out.
I'm guessing you're drawing a peacock.
Yes. That's exactly what I'm going.
In which case, I am terrified for Kyra.
Mm-hmm.
What was this? Oh, it's
I mean,
music.
at
I don't-
the end of the day, the main party has one thing that could potentially help them. You guys do have a means of accessing another bit of reality if you're ever getting trapped in a shitty bootleg reality.
So yeah, Kyra, tyrant, meanwhile, because in the Oblivion dungeon. Welcome to Amigos. Welcome to Amigos.
Just rocking yourself back and forth and chanting it.
Amigo shows up. This is on the house. No one deserves this.
This is pure torment. Torment.
Welcome back. Oh, wait, one second.
Then all the flumps just arrive and just like, here, gives her a blanket, some hot cocoa.
All the flumps just comfort you as much as they can.
It's okay. It's all over. Odd Howard can't reach you here.
Oh, Odd Howard.
No idea if this is what you have in mind for player.
Odd Howard, a true menace.
It's almost as bad as Randy Pitchford. Randy Pitchford. Or Bobby Kotick. Or the most dreaded of all, Konami.
Do not speak the name of that evil. Evil.
Saying the word Konami is like saying Voldemort. It brings the evil here.
It does. You become trapped in Metal Gear Survive.
Ah!
Hmm.
A terrible fate.
It's just a shitty open world zombie survival game. It has nothing to do with anything. So we all back where Scatha going to go.
Scatha's gonna go get her thing. She left her jacket at her sister's.
So she's probably gonna let the dog out while she's there.
Yep.
Just be patient.
You're using my gifts for evil. Evil.
Do you guys like ever
Back.
have a favorite piece of art? Oh,
That was quick.
Shouldn't get that far away.
Alright, excellence. I think that's everybody then. Oh, Nora's still muted.
As you're saying, Newt?
so I was gonna ask if anyone ever had like a favorite bit of like art that they like to do. Like, do you like to do the clothes most, or the hair most, or the eyes most?
I
I like-
can't art.
I usually like doing the faces most.
And do you ever like save that for last to do, or you do it immediately?
I usually start faces first, usually.
See, like I don't like doing that because then I feel like okay, I'm done. I gotta be lazy on everything else.
I mean,
Okay.
that's what I do with my
Yeah.
art in general, with all aspects of my art.
Yeah, I grabbed Hypnocatrice because I could fly, but I completely forgot that I already had 50 cookie stats.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Alright, Cat, get off the dice tray. Your time hogging that is over.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Laid right on it. Alrighty.
Nori only needed to use one spell slot that whole fight. Polymorph is fun.
Yeah,
It really is.
shapeshifting is fun. That wasn't even my big gun.
No, it was not. Alright, so we're all
Right.
back. We can get back to it.
Zinogre, I think, was one of my highest CR, but I think what we're doing for Bulgasauri might do more damage.
It probably will, yeah. Probably.
So
Okay, so
am I back up to full hit points?
you are back up to full.
Is
Back
my
to
wild
you.
shape recharged?
It's a
taking a
short
rest?
rest. Yeah, the
Okay,
trip itself for the rest of the day is a short rest. But you guys just kind of embark back on the path. Thankfully, no more trouble, no more devils, nothing of the sort like that, thankfully. Eventually, as night begins to fall, the caravan stops right around this massive rock formation here. Othniel just kind of comes to a stop and just, we'll set up camp here. Definitely need to take a watch up. You never know what else might swoop down. We've already encountered devils. That's one off my bingo card.
So slavers are probably something to look for.
Slavers
Well-
are probably once we get down a little bit closer, but they have appeared around here before.
So where are you on the map again? Oh, right here.
So,
Oh yeah, they're out of a job.
they're just bandits at this point, Dax says, just lifting out a few of the things from the back of the wagon. It won't be that difficult to dispatch common, especially now that they've
Ain't no
lost their big fancy donors.
Ain't no cages that can hold us lot.
Indeed.
I think
All
some
right,
of you
as you
would
get-
quite literally break it.
Pretty sure most of us could. Alright, so you all get set up. You all, as night falls, you begin to see the desert at night once again. Just serene, slightly chilly majesty of all the dunes and flatlands and scrub brush. But you all notice something not too far away. You can roll perceptions for me.
Alrighty.
Thankfully, Nori has dark vision.
As you do.
Vara
You
has
don't need-
no perception. Which is like, I kind of did it on purpose because it's funny to make her feel like she's only looking into the future and can't see anything in front of her.
I got a nat
This is-
one.
Aw. So you're a little busy just being excited and just hyping yourself up over that fight with the devil and managing to kick its butt so readily.
Oh yeah, what's the boss hears about this?
Honestly, I think he pays you. He underpays you.
Yes.
It's more about the experience.
Oh, child, that is the worst mindset you could possibly have. You should be paid what you're worth.
Oh my god, you get paid for exposure?
Hey, whoa. Calm yourself. I
That's
got a
a
plan, see?
Is it to get
That's
paid
what
what you're
that's what
actually
all
worth?
college students, all poor art students say.
Yeah, you should go in there and demand a certain amount of pay more appropriate to your level. And if they refuse, well, I saw what you could do just now. Just do it again.
Hey, well, I'm trying to get the attention of the Halfling Assassins Guild.
Are you now?
Mm-hmm.
Wait,
Hey,
what?
It's going to be a bit more difficult than you expect.
You know, a great way to join the Assassin's Guild is not to tell people you want to join the Assassin's Guild.
Well, you lot ain't gonna tell nobody.
Depends on how big
No,
your
he
bounty
says that she's been periodically sending spells back to Brahm's Den.
It really depends on how big your bounty gets, sweetie.
Hey,
I mean-
that's if you can find me.
Also, when Nari does sending, it's basically one of those old timey Morse code things.
She says, if you could find me next to the diviner who is literally paid to do just that. And now she knows exactly who you are and exactly what you look like.
Oh god.
Grignac just turns over there. About the prophets?
Again, she's just kind of got that foggy-eyed look on her face, like, oh.
Let's see.
Oh, it's not like half of Brahmsden knows about that narrative thing.
You'd have a far better time seeking out something of your own approval rather than looking for the approval of others, child. Trust me. Organizations as clandestine and secretive as that tend to always have some kind of agenda.
Yeah.
Take this
Or you'll
advice
end up-
well. They're all kind of assholes. I've met them all. They're terrible.
You met the Assassin's Guild.
I know all them personally, sweetheart.
What now? You know the Assassin's Guild personally?
How'd you come about that?
The halfling kingdom is not very large.
That's all news to me. Nobody really knows much about your people at all.
Well, that's on purpose.
Huh.
Ain't no
All I
one to
know-
mess with us if they don't know where we are.
Most I know is about the famous bard, Odd Albert.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Say to him.
I can see things coming from that end as well.
See. Oh yes, I remember hearing about him. Made quite a few waves in the bigger cities a while back.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes literally.
Yes.
When I was a little goblin, I remember seeing him at his concert. The sky turned purple, and the ground was taffy.
Hey, that
In
sounds
my
about right.
experience, blending exposure just ends you up with groups like the Awesome Guild, led by one Douglas Walker.
Jesus Christ.
No one deserves that fate. Well, he
Oh,
did, but still.
when that guild went up, it was a shit show.
I remember that one chap. He was always smiling. Creepy as fuck, but he lasted.
I know what I'm good at, see? And that's roughing people's up.
It's a very good skill. Just saying, you don't need to do it for anyone other than yourself.
Certainly don't need to do it for the morally compromised.
Says the bounty hunters.
Exactly.
Oh, there are plenty of bad bounty hunters.
Dime a dozen.
And one day you might come across a job where they ask you to do something that you cannot do or will not do. And then you'll have to
Oh.
choose.
Or the nature of the job changes. Always happens. There's always that one client who thinks they can fleece just a little bit extra out of you.
Sometimes the
way.
job is not what it seems on the surface.
Well, either way, it's your life to live. Anyway, did anyone else notice the fact that all those torch sconces over there just magically lit up? That was
I
what
rolled
that
I rolled a 20 perception check in.
Yes, you all would have noticed that. We kind of got sidetracked with the character bit there.
Yeah, I'm Cuff's a little lost in thought, so she didn't notice anything.
Yeah.
Hmm.
You'd all notice that off in the distance, right around here, there's just a big temple complex out in the middle of the desert. It looked pretty abandoned in daylight, but now there are torch sconces there. And with that perception, everyone but Gray would all notice something very large flying overhead in the starry sky directly towards it.
Oh, lovely.
That's wonderful.
That's
And with
wonderful.
that 20, Nari, you would it was a sphinx.
Ooh.
There was a sphinx flying toward that place. Neil, you know anything about that?
Like, Oh, sphinxes. Let me see. I'm not aware of one around here, but I suppose with everything being changed up recently, that might, Let me think. Oh.
One tiny
Okay.
push will topple an ecosystem. She says
Oh, no, this
very
is-
quietly.
Like, this is a good thing, actually. If that's what I think it is, sphinxes usually guard things. It's usually the whole riddle business. They're not harmful unless you deliberately provoke them. They usually guard treasure. I wonder what kind of a talker this one is.
Well, it flew towards that where all that sconce is lit up. So
Must be its particular temple complex. Well, if you don't mind me, I'm going to head myself.
might as well. I'm bored.
Mhm.
You can go
Who
now
knows?
without me.
This'll
No.
be fun.
Who knows? Maybe we could pick up something extra on the side to bring back to Epton.
Maybe.
That's a weird
Right.
sphinx.
Well, excuse me, Judge Ejectorson.
Hey, that wasn't in character, Mike. That wasn't in character.
I know.
More like a, it's a bit more
Now
like
he
a
knows
griffin.
better.
Can I see it?
It looks like a vulture, basically.
It looks like a griffin.
Oh.
Here, let me get a nice close for you.
Village sphinxes are kind of assholes. Shit.
Oh no.
Here's a closer one for you if you'd like. Really
Is it
look
up?
at it.
Is Othniel with us?
Yes, he's right here.
Look at it.
Alright, one moment here. Make sure I can do this voice. Talking for a few hours, need to get a drink. The crying baby sounds are not related. Let's see here. Where was it? Yeah, there it is. Alright, you all approach. You just see this massive, rather corpulent looking sphinx alight itself right down in front of this cave entrance. Just regarding you all very calmly. Yes, welcome to my dungeon.
Why, hello, Chancellor.
It's a fucking sketchfish, you son of a bitch.
It's a skek sphinx.
Oh.
Sphinx. Oh, lovely.
Many treasures await inside for those who can answer my riddle.
Oh my fucking god, Grim. I am going to die.
I
Well,
love it and I hate it.
well, we got two things that pass as Gelfling, so
Go fuck yourself.
Like, riddles, you say? And what sort of treasure do you have within? It's like, oh, all manner of treasures. Some big,
Yes.
some small. Some you wouldn't even know are there at all. That's not one of the riddles, though. Like, well, I'm very interested. I'm always up for a sport, but I must ask first and foremost, what happens if we fail to meet them? I rip you to pieces and eat your entrails. It's just the way the game works, you see. If you are so inclined. I think we could probably take him if we needed to.
Uh-huh.
You can see the future.
I think we can base.
I can see it. I don't always tell people, though.
I think we can base this part with no problem.
All right then, who wishes to ask the first riddle?
I'm not too terribly worried about it.
Well then.
So how does this work? Do we ask one at a time, and then if we fail, then you eat us? Do you eat the person who asked, or do we all fail, then you eat us all?
I like that last one. That works fine.
Of course it does.
All right. So we have a safety net about 6 people. Got it.
If you can answer them.
Is there a reason the front door's not even a little bit shut?
What the hell?
What?
Hello?
It's from Nora's
Oh.
end.
Gotcha.
Sounds like a bitchy aunt.
I bet you someone. Anyways, so who wants to go?
Othniel, you want to go, or do you want someone else?
Sure, I'll do it first. Why not? I'm always down for a challenge. Othniel Stone Eye, I run a magic shop in Epton. It's like I'm always interested in new stock. Your treasure sounds like a most worthy acquisition. It's like, yes it is. So, first riddle. This kind of arches back and looks extra proud of itself. I always smile, or maybe frown. I sink in water, but never drown. I catch prey on my barbed teeth. I hunt all day, but never eat. Feel like you changed some of the wording there. I think I've heard something like this before. I'm sure you have. Are you? I'm going to roll for him here. A fish hook. Oh, that's correct. Most impressive. Sure. You may enter. It's like, all right, sweet. It's like, hold on, fellows. Just kind of goes in beneath them. Okay, who wishes to go next?
No, I might as well.
What do you add to a barrel of ale to make it lighter?
Hold on a second.
Oh boy.
Discord booted him.
Oh,
Ah.
Uh-oh.
Discord? Oh, just grab somebody else.
Hello.
Alright, so just whoever wishes to answer may do so.
Okay.
What would you put in the barrel to make it lighter?
Yes.
I actually know this one.
So do I. But you can go.
I don't. I'm
I'll
terrible.
wait for Kay since if
Oh.
Get on Discord!
There we go. You're back.
that may be your internet.
But it was obvious. You poke a hole in it.
Correct.
Ah. Anyway. Sorry. Yeah.
It's alright. Connection issues happen all the time.
Of course, a space
man.
can see through.
Gonna roll an insight on this thing to make sure it's not pulling the wool over my eyes.
Feel free.
Oh, that had 20 on the other side.
He is being legitimate. He is playing by his rules.
All right. So I can pass, good sir?
You certainly may.
Then I follow off the one.
Alright. I won't make you all do it, so this next one's going to be a real teaser.
Sure, Gurgnak's gonna step up. Let's double board this. All right.
I am born of the earth, strengthened by fire, but I sit on high, a master of water. What am I?
I'd say probably a boat.
Wrong.
Very interesting. Lightning bolt.
Oh, you cast lightning bolt on him, eh?
Yeah. Angle it slightly so it's not going to hit Nari behind.
That's a this is a CR11.
He's going to attack anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it, Dave. That was not smart.
He's going to attack anyways since I failed the thing.
The whole thing was that if everyone failed, but
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Please reconsider, because I don't want to.
Alright, fine, you baby. No lightning bolt.
anyone else wishes to give a measure of it, you may do so. Or you can turn around and wait. It's fine. Only answer if you're confident.
What was this riddle again?
It is. Hold on.
Born of earth, strength of fire, to sit on high, master of water. I think it was.
Yep. Here it is in the text.
Hmm.
I'm sorry, what? No, it's not.
Hmm.
I'm thinking this through, so just give me a minute.
Well, I'm not good at this sort of thing, personally.
Not that matter, but can Vara divine an answer?
You'd have to try to read the mind of a sphinx to do it.
Yeah, she's not that dumb.
They're really good at this.
Hmm.
Yeah, actually, yeah, no, sphinxes are straight up immune to mind reading.
Mm-hmm. So she's not that stupid.
Hmm.
I ain't no good at these riddles.
I'm not much for them either. Born of Earth, Master of Water. It's clearly got an element theme going. Sit on high is the weird one, though.
I actually think I might have it, but I already failed.
Shame I already went past, because I know it. I know it.
Strength and fire, I sit on high, a master of water. Oh. A roofing tile.
For a split moment, it looks very kind of jilted. Just kind of tilts its head in a offended sort of way. Just, correct.
What, actually?
Yeah, it's a roofing tile, yeah.
Because that almost matches up perfectly with an island. Born of Earth, made of magma, sits on water.
It's a... You have to think about it like in ancient terms when they were actually made out of clay. So I'm going to pass then, I believe.
That is fine. That is all I really had for now. You answered 3 riddles. Go on ahead. Enjoy yourselves.
He's an asshole.
Othniel immediately just comes running out. Holy shit, guys!
What?
So, you know what these are. He holds out a whole little parcel of rings.
Oh my god.
Hey, the saw rings?
No, these are what's called rings of free action.
Ooh. Holy shit.
Oh.
Imagine the Sphinx is over in the corner all curled up. Mm.
He's sulking a little bit, yeah. Well, you have fun with those. Somebody finally can. We very much will. Many thanks. Goodbye.
Y'all freaking just leave.
All right.
This could have became a very asshole combat encounter.
As she
That
leaves,
was a-
Vara turns around and says, "Those were very good riddles, good sir."
Thank you. I worked very hard on them. Now I'll have to come up with more. And find new treasure, of course.
Should not be too hard for one of your stature.
Indeed.
The big
Thanks for the
burning,
loot, Fuzzy.
the big burning island should still have a lot of rich folk, magic weapons and rich folk stuff you can use to replace your stock with.
Good idea. And he takes off flying immediately.
Also, lots of people to eat too, because they're all assholes.
Like, wonderful.
Probably very stupid rich assholes as well.
Terrible at riddles.
That's right. That last one almost got me. I had to think about that one for a long fucking time.
Still doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, it's made out of clay. It's baked in fire, and you put it on your roof, and then it repels the water.
Okay. There's hundreds of things that could match that almost exact.
Well, that's what
description.
riddles are, dude.
Still, it's. Eh.
I just happened to find the correct answer. I had to think about it for a while.
All right, so the first night passes pretty much without any real incident. The second day comes and goes, not much beyond that. As you start getting closer, you do see traces of bandit camps, most of which have been burned down.
Somebody's already able to having fun without us.
There's a lot of money to be made after all. Getting's good, and a lot of people have lost family to harder enslavers.
Yeah, they ain't playing around.
I can see full well why they'd be out for blood.
Especially now that the slavers have nowhere else to turn.
Indeed.
Nowhere to hide now.
So while we're passing by the various burned slaver camps, is there any that have like a sign that says #Free Bromston?
I'd imagine there'd be a couple of them that would have that. Kind of in a line.
Huh. The thing about these ones camps, look at the point to a switch.
Must be that anarchist doing.
Looks like he's enjoying himself.
Someone is. Alright. You progress past the waves of camps, generally just...
Don't stop me now. Having such a good time. Having a ball.
At one point, you turn around a bend as you start approaching the mountains, and you see a very curious sight. You're approaching the end of the second day, where you see kind of a rocks. It almost at first looks like a rock slide until you realize it's a giant dead worm poking out of the side of a mountain.
Oh.
that kind of has a rocky complexion to its skin.
Hmm.
And there's one lone traveler kind of standing in front of it. It appears to be blocking the pathway forward. The traveler just looks, just this normal little human just turns around. It's like, oh there.
Who are you?
Oh, just your average Joe Humbo. Just Joe Schmo John Doe.
Ain't seen you around these parts.
John Doe.
Ain't much nobody around these parts there, Jumbo. Just wondering on how to get past this account of this here giant old dead worm here.
Just go around.
God, really, in case you haven't noticed, kind of looks over and, as I mentioned, you guys are kind of nearing another canyon pass, and it's kind of blocking the path almost completely.
Ah,
You have to climb it over. It's fine, but kind of sticky.
Sticky.
Yep, that's what I said.
Everybody just kind of stares at him.
Holding the hagfish sticky.
He just kind of points up, and you actually see some dead birds who got their feet stuck to the top of it.
So it's hagfish sticky.
Aye, indeed.
How big is this worm?
It's massive.
I only seen a
Like
couple of
on
things this
D&D
big
size
before.
scale.
It is gargantuan.
So it would take something of a
It is, I would say, you don't know how long it is in its entirety, but it has a long kind of tusked face that, no, it is not purple. It's kind of brown. It has a rocky complexion to it.
Would we recognize what kind of worm this is?
I would say you can roll a knowledge nature
Okay.
for anybody who would be aware of these things.
19.
19. Okay, hold on here. Let me see if I can remember where its name is.
This thing's as big as a whale.
That's a pretty good apt comparison. Where
El
are you?
gusano gigante.
This is what is known. It's technically not an organic being. It's almost more of an earth element. It's referred to as a Sathak worm.
hmm.
Huh.
How'd this end up here,
Is there any?
So we've got to find a way around from this worm.
That you do. Like that you do.
So VV is my biggest thing around the same size. So theoretically, could I move it as my biggest form?
You theoretically could try.
All right, Kryptonic. Oh well, didn't want to bust this out too early, but she casts polymorph and turns into a Pulgasari.
All right, since we don't have a visual aid for this, describe it for the people.
Actually, I do have a visual aid. Think of it as a big, blue-skinned, tusked, trunked tiger gorilla that is the size of a fucking brontosaurus, if not bigger.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's pretty apt. So yeah, you just suddenly turn into a very colossal creature. Everybody, and I mean everybody, is surprised about that. Like, oh, neat.
And that's a, isn't it, did you say it has a plus 21,
Let me see here. I'll pull up that bestiary again. It does. I think it has a +8 modifier to strength.
Huh.
and what proficiencies does it have?
Let me check. Let's pull this up again.
That's only a CR10?
It's a CR8 technically. It's just
What?
immense amount of strength,
Ah.
but it's pretty easy to hit and guide. Let me
Yeah.
see. Where are you? Okay, there we go.
Is that Ren's art?
Yes, that is Ren's art for when we were doing Yokai Months 2, but we never finished due to Walmart hell and college.
It has a
Yeah.
strength. Yeah, it has a strength score of 27 plus 8 modifier. So
Okay, so that's a. And does it have proficiency in athletics?
it doesn't. No.
All right, so I'm gonna just roll a d20 plus.
8.
Yep.
If anyone wants to give me an inspiration on this would be helpful so we can move this thing.
Mm,
Well, only one since technically you're transformed. Anyways, sure. Play it. I'll give you inspiration and I'll play the Bear McQuarrie's Godzilla theme by
Hell
Tara.
yeah!
Good call. All right, roll athletics with inspiration.
Which is a d10. That's a 25. And it's a d10 inspiration.
Yep. Hey, that's still enough with that size.
You shouldn't ask for shit from me, okay?
One is one. It's still higher than it would have been otherwise. All right, so this massive trunked creature just kind of lumbers forward on this little craggy canyon pass, and since it's kind of wedged in between two walls, you actually kind of push it back into the hole it came from, which takes a bit of finagling because it's kind of stretched out in rigor mortis in the hot sun, but eventually it just kind of collapses into the wall and looks pretty much like it's just a normal solid rock wall.
Is there any like iron deposits or like bits of like raw metal sticking out nearby?
I would say no.
So she takes a rock and just tromps it because it needs to eat iron. And with that, Nari turns back.
That was impressive. Oh, indeed, it sure was there, friend. Fancy magical hooba-doobery you got there.
That is in a protective spirit from where I'm from.
Oh, that's so. And where were you from?
A peninsula in the Angus that was before the Hobbs arrived.
Hobbs. Oh. All about that. Well, he turns around and starts walking back like the way you. Fancy seeing you.
Hey, who are you?
As I said, just your average Joe Humble.
He said a John Doe.
Did I? Oh, neat. Well, be seeing you.
Be seeing you.
I ain't like this.
You don't have to like nothing, girl.
Does he have anything at his hip?
Now that you can see, it just looks like he's wearing pretty normal traveler's clothes.
So what does this man look like?
Pretty average looking human, wearing kind of a straw hat, has a beard, kind of a broad face. He's very happy looking.
As long as we don't get blooded, I'm fine.
Well, that was weird.
Little, yes.
Here I thought
Kinda, yeah.
Here I thought he had to go the same way we did. Well, either way. Onward we go, I guess. It's a very good job. It's like your polymorphing skills are most impressive, Nari.
Well, that's where I'm from.
Hey, I don't need no magic spells to turn into what I want to turn into.
Maybe I should have.
You're
done more
a
of that
druid.
type.
It's magic.
That's technically magic.
I don't have to explain it.
But then I couldn't be here.
And I can do this shit without special druid training. I can do this since I was born.
I can do that if I wanted to.
Ladies,
Yes,
ladies,
yes.
you're both very pretty.
Yes, you're just absolute queens.
The drama persuasion.
Yes, indeed.
If we're done with the kissing contest, we can move on.
I gotta be right back. Just 1 second.
Well, at least I don't work for exposure.
Oh. Or at least I ate some kind of fox hobo.
Bitch, I live in a mansion. Fuck you. Bitch, I live in a mansion.
You certainly ain't there right now, ain't you?
Well, yeah, because I'm
We
chasing the
get it.
actual tail.
Okay,
Gibbo
back.
can shape shift. Just be quiet.
I'm back.
Alright. Grignak walks up to both of them and does a very light shock to each of their thighs. Come on! Work together.
Indeed. We're about halfway there.
Fine.
Well, she dates Kyra, of course she's a hobo.
Ouch.
That's just brutal. I don't even know this Kyra person.
Fucking roasted. Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
Well, that says more about Kyra than does Nari.
There's some fireball damage there.
Well, delicious.
Somewhere thousands of away. I don't know why I'm still talking in voice. Bruna can feel the call to violence.
Oh, fucking god.
Alright. You all make your way down. Another day passes pretty much without any incident. And you finally leave the desert behind. You can feel green grass beneath your feet. First time some of you have probably felt it in a little bit, considering the desert covers a good chunk of the landmass these days.
This feels weird.
Just picking up your feet like a cat who has never felt grass before. Like, ugh, ugh.
Gross.
People are like, why did the fish person go to the desert? Well, the desert and the ocean have the same damn bottom. This weird grass shite.
It is rather odd. It's like, oh, look at that. Ain't that a beautiful sight? Dax says, looking on, and you see in the distance a port town and a little peninsula just completely up in flames.
Ain't that a
That's the
pretty
Virgin
sight?
City.
See?
I think I was there once, just passing through.
I doubt you would have. They would have collected you and shipped you off to slavery and entertainment of the masses.
Maybe it was something else then. I don't remember.
I was there once. They attempted it.
Imagine that was quite difficult for them.
I'm still here, aren't
I
I?
mean, she's here, ain't she?
Well, as you all progress further down, the sun beginning to set as you arrive at the lake, you set up camp right at the edge of a very surprisingly dense-looking forest. Dax just sits down, flops down at the lake shore, looks out, just, oh, you can see it. Pulls out the bottle of scotch. He smiles for the first time all session. Beautiful.
It's like that one meme where the guy's rubbing his hands on his face with his eyes closed.
Yep.
We'll enter into the forest in the morning and make our way there. Othniel said, just kind of rounding things up, but I suppose I have to make sure everyone gets what they need and what they came here for. Not all of you have gotten magical items yet. Waiting to see exactly and get a measure of what you can do before I handed anything out. For you, little halfling diviner, though you probably saw this coming.
I did.
He tosses Vera a little glove.
She just kind of takes it and puts it on.
Think you'll find its abilities quite shocking.
Just out of character, she's just going to. She probably already knows, but I'm just going to cast Identify on it.
Alrighty.
So me as her player would know.
Yep.
Just this little bitch doesn't tell me anything.
I will DM it to you.
Okay.
Just in case something gets a little too close again.
This should be fun.
What to do?
Oh, you'll find out. He looks over at Tufts. It took a little bit to figure out what you would be after, but after a while, he actually pulls out a very dainty, kind of looks like a little magical girl wand.
Oh,
Excuse me?
It's like, try it.
Takes it, just kind of lazily waves it around.
As you do, an entire flock of butterflies emerges out from the forest and just lands right down on top of you.
What?
That's called the Painted Lady. Believe you me, it can do far more than that. It can attract any little colorful winged insect it can find, but butterflies are its favorite. But if you call something with violent intent, well, Othniel takes it from you and waves at a piece of fruit over there. The butterflies all swarm it just in a violent frenzy,
Jeez.
wings and flaps, and when they come back, it's a dried up husk.
Ugh. I like
Right.
you. You got some moxie.
Use it wisely. They're out for blood.
He's kind of gets all the butterflies slammed back on her.
It's nice. You enjoy that. All right. That forest is all manner of things on its own. It's technically all connected to the temple, so in a way, entering that is the same as entering into it itself. But we'll get in there. We'll get that spear and anything else interesting we might find. And then see what kind of fortune we can make. It's been fun so far, all of you. It's going to be a bit of a different game from here on out. Deserts are one kind of danger, this is another. Dax just holds up his scotch bottle from the lakeshore, did not bother coming over to the rest of the group. Just sounds like a good time.
That sounds like a blast. Now I feel, excuse me, I'm going to figure out what the fuck this trident does. And then Eric just kind of walks up, takes a good distance, and just like, shit, I should have asked.
It's like, just throw it and find out.
All right. And she like aims at the lake, just throws back, and yeet. I can roll an athletics check because that would make it even better to see how far I yeet it.
Go free.
I got a 25.
All right, it goes a long way. Lands in the water with a ploosh, but there's no visible effects. Othniel just kind of goes, that's actually not really noticeable if you use it in water. Try throwing it at something that goes on land, I guess.
Fair enough. And she just kind of like walks into the water, gone for about 15 minutes, like comes back out, and just like, all right, let me chuck it at the beach, I guess, and just chucks it.
All right, as soon as it hits the sand, this vile black ooze starts pouring out of the tips like snake venom, just kind of coating in on everything. And in a moment, a bird swoops down and lands, just kind of pecks at the slime for a second, then starts twitching violently, and the bird grows gills.
No.
Starts gasping for air and runs into the water for a moment and just settles down. It's like, Aboleth related. It is something of a replication of their curse. You hit something landbound with that. If they are of a particularly weak constitution, they can only breathe underwater. It's an excellent way to make someone panic.
That it is. But it is.
Tempted to make Vara go over and poke it in curiosity.
You do that, and I'll tell you exactly what happens.
She's going to... Oh, I'm really tempted, but I don't think I'm going to.
That is fine.
She's going to visibly restrain herself from going over there and investigating it more.
Air goes over and grabs the trident, trying not to touch the black goo. She has gills and can breathe air and water, but she doesn't want to not suddenly be able to breathe air. So
Wise call.
she kind of yanks it out. It's like, quick question: if someone's hit by this, how long will it last?
Oh, usually just a few minutes.
Oh, okay. It wouldn't have been that big of an issue. All right.
It's just long enough to instill a sense of fear, usually. Though, if you hit someone with it repeatedly, it will last longer.
Good.
Only a few minutes, you say?
Yes.
She goes over and touches the goo.
Alright. I'll just say you automatically fail in this. Yeah, gills form on your neck suddenly, and you can't breathe air. But you're right next to it.
She's a stout halfling.
Yep.
She has advantage to resistance against anything like this.
Yep. I mean, you can roll a con save with advantage if you wish to. Yep, you do pass. Nothing happens to you.
You're trying to choke yourself?
Well, just curious.
Can't imagine it would be a very fun effect to endure. I really like being able to breathe air.
Well, there is an ocean right there, and I know what was going to happen. I shouldn't have panicked.
Fair enough. Well, let's
I'm
just
honestly a
enjoy
little
our
disappointed.
Try licking it. Maybe that'll make it work better.
I don't imagine it would taste very good.
Probably not. Alright, so camp is set. The forest leading to your eventual quarry and the temple ahead. As you watch and just illuminated by the gentle, raging firelight of one major city in the distance and one smaller port town nearby, Dax just having the time of his life watching it all. That is where we will end the session.
Oh, that was a blast.
That was pretty fun. It was a weird party dynamic.
Yeah. It was.
A weird party dynamic, you say? In this group.
It was weirder than normal.
It really was. We experimented a little. Kind of like what I saw, though.
I think I'm going to be the closest to a bad person we've really had.
Next, you'll tell me that Scatha bit someone.
No, I played Kay last in the arena.
That's true. That's true. But Kay still had good intentions. I'm planning to. I might murder you.
If Kay was given a chance, he would have thrown some of the used the others and got slaves nearby him as meat shields if it came to it. He was not morally above that.
I mean, you could just ask for permission.
Okay, I'm going to stop the recording
Just the
for tonight.
circumstances turned out where he could be the good guy in that situation.
So the second merc shot will be with the other group, right?
No, it'll be same following this one.
All right.
As I said, it's technically the next big one-shot thing I do that isn't the monster one. The monster one, it's pretty much you guys have already got your characters for the.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
If you want to sign off,
that one, by the way.
Yep. See you later, everybody.